Hello. Yesterday was Democracy Day in Nigeria. That is when Nigeria remembers the June 12th election of 1993, which now marks the beginning of our new republic. As usual, the president made a speech to the nation. During the speech, he warned terrorists who are making Nigeria ungovernable that they will soon get the full weight of the Nigerian security forces. Listen.
Democracy. To bandits, kidnappers, and sponsors of terror, surrender or face the full force of the Nigerian state. These windows of surrender will not remain open forever. No mercy will be shown to those who trade in blood of Nigerians. At a time like this, let us not assign blames or point fingers. Crime has no ethnicity. We must stand united and be assured that the enemies of our nation shall soon be history. We will triumph over terror and continue to build a more prosperous nation.
This window of surrender will not be open forever. Haven't I heard that before? Haven't you? Anyway, so that was the speech by the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria marking June 12th. But on the streets of Nigeria were people protesting against the insecurity in the country. And one of the protests participated by Omoyole Sowore. He was shot at with tear gas, and he collapsed.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Of course, different groups came out to protest. You remember that the students and their teachers who were kidnapped, by now it's over 30 days ago, are still held in a forest somewhere in Oyo State. The government is yet to find solution to that problem. According to the governor of the state, they are still inside the bush more than 29 days. 29 days after, the government of Nigeria cannot do anything about that. Meanwhile, the political actors are continuing with their politics. In this part of Nigeria, let me show you, you have Borno State. They are still reintegrating repentant terrorists into society, while the ones out there are still terrorizing people. We also saw this this week. DSS and army operatives said they foiled alleged ESN plots to abduct WAEC students in southeast Nigeria, and they recovered arms. I don't know, but wherever you were yesterday, there was something bigger than everything else, which was that one man, Elon Musk, became the world first trillionaire. This is a story on Wall Street Journal. Elon Musk is officially the world's first trillionaire. What does that mean? It means that he is richer than his worth. Is more than that of 180 countries in the world. Think about this. 180 countries in the world. He's worth more than those countries. His home country, South Africa, he is 2 times. His wealth is 2 times more than the GDP of his home country. That was after his SpaceX went public yesterday. He achieved that mark. It's a milestone. No human being has ever been there before. I hope you remember where you were. I hope you remember where you were when that happened. All right, that's it about Elon Musk and the new world that we are in. But something quite interesting also is happening. As you must know, the World Cup is on. It's happening in the United States, in Mexico, and in Canada. Most of you will be looking for Nigeria at the World Cup. Nigeria is not there. I was surprised. One Nigerian asked me, "Is Nigeria playing?" No, Nigeria is not playing. But there are other countries that are playing, and it's a big event around the world. People are watching. I don't know how many people will be watching what we're going to do in the next few weeks because they're busy watching the World Cup. Let me show you how it opened. So the world is busy now watching what's going on in Mexico, in the United States, and in Canada. Already some games have been played. We know that the United States, they played Paraguay. They defeated them. A Nigerian child of a Nigerian parents scored 2 goals in that competition. We also saw South Africa play Mexico at the opening match. Interestingly, Nigerians and other Africans were rooting for Mexico instead of supporting their African brother because of what has been going on in South Africa. And some of these reporters caught some Nigerians, and let's see what are the things they were saying.
We're Nigerians, but we live in England.
Nigerian, all up in Mexico.
Today we're Mexico.
Mexicans today, man. Yes. Let's go, Nigeria.
All right. So there are more games going on today. I heard that Haiti is playing today, so we are excited for Haiti. They might just win this whole thing this time around. Okay, in politics in Nigeria, it's still going on. It's not stopping because of the World Cup or because of the finals of the NBA. We get to that very soon, which is happening here in the United States. But the Nigerian politics is going on as expected. People are trying to get advantage over the other ones, and people are telling us that there is really no vacancy in some of these positions that people are fighting over. Let's listen to the governor of Edo State when he spoke at a campaign event.
They are seeking for power. Let them stop disturbing our president. Let them allow him to think how to move Nigeria forward. Let them stop kidnapping. Kidnapping cannot give them villa. Kidnapping cannot give them government house. Kidnapping cannot give them House of Assembly. It cannot even give them Senate. Not even House of Rep. They should stop disturbing our president by using kidnappers to disturb us. The children that they have kidnapped, let them release them unconditionally. Let them know they can even kidnap me. Yet, there will be no vacancy in Aso Rock. They can even kidnap all of us. Yet, there will be no vacancy in Aso Rock. What is happening today is the hand of the oppositions. They had failed. Have they not failed? Is it by kidnapping children?
That was Governor Pueblo of Edo State saying that the opposition is responsible for the kidnapping of the kids in Oyo State and other parts of the country because they are trying to frustrate the president. That they should let the president do his work, that they should stop disturbing him. All right. You can make it up. That's politics in Nigeria. But something interesting also, Bianca Ojukwu, who is our foreign minister, did something that I don't think I've seen before. We've been seeing stories out of Ethiopia about Nigerians kept in prison there in a very, very horrific conditions about their prison terms, and I think 4 of them have died. And there were this agitation for something to be done. She finally went there and signed a deal that we transfer those prisoners to Nigeria so that they could finish their prison terms in Nigeria. And they were very happy to see her. Let's watch. All right. Bianca also weighed in on the situation in South Africa because Nigeria's, I think Nigeria flights of Nigerians in South Africa who are going back to Nigeria started this week, and Bianca spoke on that.
Disappointed Nigerians essentially because we feel that they ought to have done enough in this situation. I have had the opportunity to engage the Minister of Foreign Affairs of South Africa to really try and find out from them what they are doing to ensure that Nigerians are kept safe. He made the point that Nigerians are not housed in refugee camps. They don't have a specific province or specific quarters where Nigerians are housed. Since Nigerians are embedded within South African communities, living with South Africans, that it was becoming a challenge, actually, to guarantee their safety. The Nigerians have gone through quite a lot in these past weeks. We know that what is actually happening is because some elements have just capitalized on the upcoming elections in November, the local government elections, and they have found a niche. They have found a microphone, really, to appeal to some of these prejudices of their citizens who are blaming migrants for their economic woes. Nigerians are operating in South Africa, but on the converse side of it, 120 or more South African companies operate in Nigeria. They're spanning multiple sectors, including telecommunications, retail, finance, hospitality, making Nigeria one of their largest and most lucrative African markets.
All right, that was Bianca Ojukwu talking about the situation in South Africa. Meanwhile, South Africans are celebrating, the Nigerians are leaving, and they made it a point of duty to go to the airport and watch and tell us what they thought about that.
Bid farewell to Nigeria, to make sure that they are leaving our country, and to say to them, bye-bye Nigeria. Thank you for all you contributed in the country. We did not appreciate the wrongs that you have done, and we hope that you have learned a lesson. And we want to encourage them when they go to other countries, they must take care of other countries. Today we've got zombies in our street as our children because of them. And that has cut deep in our hearts. And that has made us to resent them with all that we have. And we hope that they take a journey safe. Next time they come, They know South Africa loves its people and its country. Well, to others, we say thank you for being here, especially those who took care of our country. But Nigeria, particularly, is because of their behavior and the evil that which they've done in our country. They've hijacked our properties. They've killed our children with drugs. And that is the reason why we are so strong on Nigeria, because of their behavior. Others are better. They live amongst our people. They live in our community. They take care of our things. They're not as horrible as Nigeria is. And Nigeria is horrible. These people are horrible.
All right, so that's some of the stories we are following. We'll be talking about them in details. If you can join us, we will appreciate that. The opposition party, the NDC, there's trouble there already. Aisha Yesufu was complaining about how she was treated, and Dickson, Seraki Dickson, the leader of the party, was mad at Obedient Group and everybody. So we are not sure whether they how long they will last, because even Kwankwaso, at a point, there was a rumor that he was going to leave the party and leave Obi, but he came back to say that was not happening. All right, that's what we are looking at today. I hope you join us and be part of that conversation. Again, thank you.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is. And
you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you.
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time, and he's using it to defend.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Physically, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. You understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid.
Can we arrange the meeting ground? Can we arrange the meeting ground?
So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. and you're taking too long
I
to
didn't call
admonish
you to
them.
make comment.
Huh?
Answer, please.
What did you
not
say?
asking for comment. I didn't.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
So when he gets your time, then you make a
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out.
You
think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on, don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. 1 second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Sowore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You are a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Be stupid. Can you call your
hold on, everybody. I know we are ranting.
Can you call your father a fool?
No, hold on.
If my father behaves like you, yes, I would.
No, please, everybody, calm down. All right, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. It's Saturday, June the 13th, 2026. It's a beautiful day here in New York City. We're going to see about about 90 degrees today. And I hope wherever you are watching us, you are having a wonderful day. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate all of you. At this point, you can like and share so that when we begin the conversation, more people will know what we're doing and hopefully join us. Today is a wonderful day. People are waiting for games, soccer, what they call football in other parts of the world. It's been World Cup is happening here in America. Several teams are playing today. People are excited about that. The Knicks going to try to close out the NBA Finals against the Spurs in San Antonio. So New York is going to shut down sometime today. If they ever win, if they win today, it's going to be crazy out there. So I'm sure there's something that is exciting that you are doing today, and I hope you'll find the time to listen in and be part of this our conversation today, because a lot of things are going on across Africa and Nigeria, and we are going to touch on them. I didn't mention certain things out of, I really wanted to have that as part of a conversation. Something very interesting is happening at the Senate, which is the issue of the NNPC. They discovered that the former managing director of NNPC LC, that he couldn't account for over 200 and something, I don't know, the figure is outrageous, something trillion. And he is refusing to come to the Senate and answer questions. And he said he was He's been sick and he's abroad in Germany getting treatment. And Oshomole, the senator, raised several issues about what should be done, and the Senate should go and arrest him, dead or alive. It caused a lot of problems. So I think it's a big story that is not getting the attention it should. If a country has this kind of money that is not accounted for, and they are borrowing money, something has to be done. Anyway, we get to that. We also get to Oju Zokalo and what he did to the young man, Mr. Koye, in charge of the Southeast Development Commission in a Senate sitting. Several issues, so many things, and we talked about Democracy Day. How is democracy doing in Nigeria? How is it going? A lot of people are saying that democracy is at risk in Nigeria. So we will get to all that. The second part of the show that we usually have wouldn't happen today because Forefathers is off. So we may have to extend this one a little bit to cover that period. All right, that's my intro. Again, thank you for joining us. I appreciate all of you. Let me bring in people who are already in the studio. If you want to be part of the conversation, the link is there. You can join us as part of that conversation. And at the point today, we are going to talk about security. I gave out some people who requested for, and I sent out a proposal that was designed by Kulata, kind of a memorandum for the president on security, what should be done. And for those who have seen it, we will make our time to review it and see what you think. Okay, again, thank you for joining us and being here. I appreciate that. All right. Hello, Sully, how are you?
Fine, thank you. I think I have to adjust my camera settings.
It's just your position. You're backing the lights.
Oh.
So if you move in the opposite direction of where you are now, okay, you look better now. Yeah, but
no, I have to set it up.
Okay.
Sometimes it changes the settings automatically.
Okay.
But I noticed you didn't talk about that miscreant, getting all the youths riled up, that very dark man.
Oh, did he do anything? Was it not anything special other than demonstrate?
No, which demonstration? Everything was just cloud chasing. I can break it down if you want to explain it to, the gullible Nigerians who are always buying this crap.
All right,
we'll get compare it
to, go ahead.
And then compare it to what Very Dark Man is meant to be doing and how it's taking advantage of people. So I can give two comparisons. Obviously, they will insult me after I tell them the truth, but they cannot unhear the truth. That's my win.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Femi, how are you? Welcome to the show.
Yeah. Good morning, Doctor, and everyone. I know I only caught part of what you were introducing regarding stories of the week. As we all know, Nigeria runs on per second billing when it comes to stories. It just comes at you. And I don't know what other things you might have discussed prior to when I started viewing, but you may or may not have mentioned the interview of Blessing Fubara. That's Similai's brother.
Whose brother?
Similai Fubara.
Okay.
That's the chief aspirant for NDC. And how he's having to kind of deny the fact that.
Hold on, let me see. We're hearing. Is it from you that we're hearing noise from the back end? Is Femi? No. You're the only one who is on. Other than.
No, there's no noise from my end.
Oh, it's not from you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and how he's been accused of possibly being like a place bearer for the brother. But that aside, you obviously would have mentioned the killing of that, or the death of the former spokesman of the army.
No, I didn't. I had that on the list of something to talk about. Yeah.
And
He died in captivity.
right.
Yeah.
And the Yoruba monarchs, led by the Oni of Ife, who are finally doing something I was suggesting regarding
Wait. Yoruba what?
the monarchs.
Okay.
Regarding trying to introduce our deities, trying to call on the deities to try to intervene. Let's go back to traditional ways of invoking the gods, in addition to what's it called?
Are you talking about we can fight terrorists with juju?
Yeah. Maybe I mean it's gotten to that point now.
I thought it was this lady that was saying that. I didn't know it was a.
No, it was the monarch. It was the no. This is a separate story. There's they had their meeting that they would have every couple of months or weeks or what have you, and it included him and this monarch from Ife, from I forget what part of Oshun, and some others as well. In addition to the current or Are Onakakanfo, who replaced Abiola, if you will. So they're looking at doing something different since science as we know it has failed. After all, we had our own science before that we know about from watching Nigerian. I mean, at least for example, Yoruba movies. We have a TV by looking into the calabash and calling. I can just call you, for example, you appear. We had our aircraft and we still have them. So maybe that might work. And of course, the June protest, which you probably mentioned already, which probably turned into no protest, in my opinion. And what's the point of protesting? Is it this democracy that you're protesting about? We're ready. We'll go back to what will work for us. We'll get serious. But specifically, and then finally, some other adjoining things with the World Cup that you mentioned. There's a side story to it, which is already making the World Cup look ridiculous. Everything from the visa bans of that Somalian referee to the Ghanaian player who is only under falls under allegedly. The story about him only falls under being alleged to have done something with a minor. It's still an allegation, but you see the way they treat those of us that are not part of a certain persuasion compared with it's all over the place. And that there's a body that was found in a rotten body that was found in a truck or a car right not too far from the training facility by the Iranians in Mexico. And there's a lot of the ongoing stories are beginning to just sour what's going on when you look at it on the side. And of course, just to round up so that other people can speak, you see the ongoing Iranian American brouhaha that's also spilling into the World Cup as well, whereby the Iranian team is not allowed to stay one day after their matches in the US. They have to go back to Mexico. It's really interesting. So I just thought those were things that I needed to add.
All right. Thank you so much. Stay humble. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It's been a while. I have not seen you.
A long while.
Let me say this. Sometimes people will call me and say, "Oh, I've not seen Stay Humble. Do you know what is happening to him?" I said, "I don't know. I don't have contact of everybody that you see on this platform." People think that I know them and we talk every weekend. So how are you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay. So what's going on? What are you watching?
So watching, you mean? I'm sorry. It seems like the volume is low. Is that my fault?
No, we can hear you.
Okay, so what do you want me to contribute to?
No, I'm just saying, what stories are you following? We're just saying hello.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of things. In fact, I'm overwhelmed with stories. But it seems that there is a bias in this show about what happens to to despite the fact that your right-hand man, godfathers or whatever, who is not, I'm not a the biggest fan of, despite the fact that he lives in the UK, I think you still don't air UK stories a lot. Recently there's been this issue in Northern Ireland, blacks being targeted and all sorts of rhetoric, not just in Northern Ireland, even across the UK. So I've never heard it being mentioned here. And as well, you mentioned the World Cup, but you didn't mention the Unity Cup that we won. Wasn't
which one is Unity Cup?
Which planet do you guys live? Don't you follow our? You were talking about football, and I would think that if you are interested in football, which I know you are not, at least you know something about the Super Eagles. It should be a starting point.
What did they win?
Old men in the village know about.
What did Super Eagles win?
They won the Unity Cup recently, and it wasn't mentioned here. I think when you mentioned the World Cup, is it because it's the white man's thing?
Okay, I have somebody to blame. He's here now, the executive producer. He should have known that. I have no idea. But you're talking about UK. We talked about UK, and your people, all the people in the UK, they don't want to talk about what's going on. They said that they're going to use them to fill in the potholes. They don't want to talk about it. The Reform Party is about to take over the UK. They don't want. I mean, you guys are afraid. That's my reading. So I stopped bringing it up.
Okay. Yeah, so those are the things. I think you've mentioned a lot of things already, things happening in Nigeria, a lot. But yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Humble. Mr. James, welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you. Good evening.
Yeah. How are you doing, and what are you following? What stories are you following?
Well, an aeroplane landed somewhere. Is this in Asaba or somewhere along a major road?
What landed?
I think an aeroplane.
Oh yeah. That was earlier in the week, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know what led to that and what the airport authorities are doing about it. Anyway, that's what I've just been. Nothing. Anyway, no.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Nothing good comes out of Babylon.
All right, Mr. James. Thank you. We see there may be some good stories, good news out of Babylon every now and then. Jagun, welcome to the show.
Good evening from here. How are you?
Good. I'm very good. How are you?
Yes, the same. Good. You said that we in the UK are afraid of stories from. Every time I pronounce exactly what's going on, so I take that as you're not listening.
I had you. Actually, you were the only person that touched on that topic. You explained it well, but the rest of them, I've thrown it to them. They don't say.
All those people are newcomers now. They're not real Londoners.
I threw it to them. I know that several of them, even forefathers, wouldn't touch that topic. I don't know why. Anyway, so
the fact of the matter is, this week it has become worse than when I explained not to think about it. Worse in the fact that the way both the media, politicians, and now the people are growing in persuasions, the negative persuasions of how to get along with your so-called countrymen. And in this, we saw what took place in a place like Northern Ireland. Now, I would say that this is not just for the UK, it's happening globally. South Africa and America, similar in the way they look at what takes place when a white person is a victim in this country. At the same time as these white people have become victims, and all of a sudden they seem to understand what racism is, there has, at the same time, there has been about 3 or 4 murders from the white community upon black and Muslim people. And it hasn't been given any air at all. So you know that things are highly being manipulated by both media and politics, to the point of even someone stupid like Elon Musk getting himself involved in all these shenanigans. So I would like to let you guys know that before we move on.
All right. Thank you. Let's say hello to Maska. Maska, hello. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, Mr. Rudolph, and
Yeah,
good evening, everybody.
How are you today?
We thank God. I'm fine. I'm fine, sir. The only 2 stories I'd wanted added, I think Femi mentioned one. The retired general that died in captivity, sadly, today, I think. Oh, yeah, I think it's today he passed on in the hands of the bandits, in the hands of kidnappers. And then the plane that landed and took off without any sort of authorization by the I think national agency in terms of control of our airways, so airspace, so at this point there's nothing much for me to add. And obviously me, I'm much more keen on the stories behind the stories. I believe if you keep following the stories, you miss out on the real issues, the real reasons why these stories keep happening. For instance, if you focus more on why the general died and not why are we even having bandits kidnapping a retired general, and the whole military setup is not going to move, so
you mentioned a plane that landed without permission. Can you explain? I have no idea.
That's this you mentioned now. The one
the same plane. The same plane. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the issue is not where you land. I mean, if you take off and you have a problem, you can land anywhere, but wherever you land, you should seek permission. Say, okay, I have this problem, I'm landing here. For me, the bigger issue is you just decided this is where you go to. And when they took off without, I mean, if you land mistakenly, what I would expect, you seek for permission. Okay, this has happened. Please, where should I go to? Oh, I want to go to so place. But even when they took off, there was no discussion with anybody. And for me, from my readings, I've seen a lot of this. I remembered one story, a very old story, about when the Congo, a part of the Congo wanted to succeed Katanga region, and the US wanted to supply them with aeroplanes. What the US did was they chartered a plane, I think from Luxembourg. The only reason why the world got to know was that that plane had a problem and it had to land in Malta. And so somebody in Malta saw that, why is this American plane landed here? And when he checked, he saw that there were 3 fighter jets inside that American plane. And when they took off from Malta, they sought for permission to go to N'Djamena in Chad. But they didn't land in N'Djamena. They landed in, I think, what was this town? The capital, then they call it Elizabethville with the aeroplane. So I see this pattern happen. And the real reason why that story broke was the number. Every aeroplane has a number. And the sharp guy saw that this number and the name of the airline on this aeroplane, they don't jive. And so for me, even the first thing when I heard the story, I look at the number. I saw it's an American plane. I said, oh, God will help us.
All right. That's interesting. Okay. Let's welcome Sola. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good day, everybody.
How are you?
How you guys doing?
Good. So, what are you watching?
I mean, almost everything and everything. The only one that stands out for me, I mean, a lot did. But the major 2 that stood out for me this week is I think someone has mentioned it, the Somalian referee that was stopped, and the danger of one man or let me call it the danger of Elon Musk. That is what I'm going to put. Not simply because of the fact that he's become a trillionaire. That's not the problem, but the danger of Elon Musk. So those are the two that more or less stood out for me this week. So I yield the floor.
All right. Thank you so much. The danger. That should have been the caption. Instead of saying that he became a trillionaire, we say the danger of one man being that rich. All right. We're going to discuss some of those issues. And when we start the show, again, thank you so much for joining us. If you want to, you can like the stream or share it. And if you can support us also, you can at this point. Thank you, everybody. We are going to now start the conversation. And we're going to start with Democracy Day in Nigeria. All right. So yesterday was June 12th. We said that, and it was Democracy Day in Nigeria. And the president spoke to Nigerians. Let's watch a bit.
Democracy. To bandits, kidnappers, and sponsors of terror, surrender or face the full force of the Nigerian state. These windows of surrender will not remain open forever. No mercy will be shown to those who trade in blood of Nigeria. At a time like this, let us not assign blames or point fingers. Crime has no ethnicity. We must stand united and be assured that the enemies of our nation shall soon be history. We will triumph over terror and continue to build a more prosperous nation.
All right, that was President Bola Ahmed Tinubu speaking to Nigerians on Democracy Day. How many of you watched? Who watched? Can you raise your hand? Who watched the whole speech? Femi, you watched the whole speech? Were you on the list of people to be honored? He mentioned the people that will be given national honors. Was their name there?
I can't even believe I watched it, first of all.
So what do you make of his speech?
It's rinse and repeat. It should be called rinse and repeat. Because it's almost a like for like what he had last year, and if you try to substitute a couple of words there and there or phrases, it would most likely mimic what he had the previous year as well. So at this point, because basically it just draws on the same thing, part of which you saw in that excerpt there. You say do not cast aspersion, do not start throwing stones at them, but they did the same thing to Jonathan. So I don't know how that makes way in a speech. And then in the beginning of the speech, you quickly pivoted into again politics, talking about Ekiti, and it didn't take long before he pivoted into that. And if you, the moment the speech starts, you just realize that, wait a minute, why do we keep talking about 27 years of unbroken or unbridled democracy? Which democracy? So the content was short on anything. And then, of course, the thing that we're becoming accustomed and acclimatized to, unfortunately, talking about how they're going to rain down heavy on bandits. Only this morning you saw what happened to that general. The same thing. There is nothing. So it was just as irritating as they come. There was nothing to this. That's why I say I can't believe I actually listened to it. I barely did, but I did.
So what do you think about the state of democracy in Nigeria today? Is it better or worse than it was under Buhari or under Jonathan?
Have we had are we practicing democracy? It's rhetorical. I'm asking for a friend. That's my answer.
All right. Let's go to Sully. Sully, you didn't watch your president speak to the nation. It doesn't happen all the time. He speaks to the country 3 times a year: New Year, Independence Day, and Democracy Day. And he spoke, and you didn't watch him.
Sorry, Rudolph. Shebi, I thought they said Buhari had an alter ego. This one, it doesn't even exist. Sorry.
What do you mean doesn't exist? What are you talking about?
Buhari was supposed to be someone from Sudan. This one doesn't even exist.
Gabriel from Sudan.
Yeah. So okay, but no
problem. All right. You can't told us that he knows because his ear is different.
All right, Sully. Why didn't you watch your president speak to the nation?
Because I already know what they plan to do now. This speech is just formalities. They don't even write their speech. They just read off a teleprompter, you know. So whatever you get from the speech, blame it on the speech writer. That's not the mind of the president. So they already said they are going to set up. You see, when people were complaining, all these things that you do, you don't know that this man, his personality is to use everything that is against him for his own advantage. You are protesting and complaining about insecurity. That makes him push further his state police, which is his main agenda. Because once he gets out of that power, they are going to come after him, right? And that state police is going to be his security to defend himself.
Wait, who is going to come after him?
The Fulani bandits now. They're okay. Go. So they are political masters. And you know me, I've always said it. If Tinubu is smart, he should just push for Igbo presidency. So that he will say that it's time for the Igbos, so that the presidency will not go back to the north. And the Igbos, they are meant to take advantage of this situation, but you know, usually don't organize. So once that state police is set up, you will now be able to protect yourself and take advantage of the situation to, you know, push back any force that is taking advantage of your space. Now, once the state police is set up, we are going to know who actually wants this insecurity and who does not, right? Because some people like Edo State Governor are saying, oh, it's politics. They are trying to make Tinubu look good and Tinubu look bad. If you have your state police and you are able to deal with this insecurity, and with the state police, insecurity is still prevailing in the north, you will then understand that the northerners want this insecurity. The northerners favor this insecurity. I'm not saying all of them, but a vast majority of them, because who is feeding them? Who is protecting them? Who is giving them ammunition? Who is giving them, who is funding them, right? You can't do this without community efforts. You can't do this without cooperation of the people in the society there, right? So let's just sit down. Let's wait for the state police to come. Them unaliving that man in Ibadan or your state was towards all their favor, because now they have a very good reason to push for whatever they want to push for and give their people real security. When they wanted to set up Ametokun, Buhari and co were the ones that did not allow them to carry real weapons. They said they should just go and carry hunters, rifle, and all this stuff. So even this very dark man protest, you know, it's still towards Tinubu's favor. But I don't know if you give me the time to explain the manipulation that guy did, and I'll still confront him if you ever bring him here. I've been piling up his files. You know, I have a whole folder of all the manipulation he has been doing. I will not answer or you lie, as usual. And Nigerians will still support him, as usual.
Okay, so what we're going to do is let me get through everybody, get their view on the Democracy Day, and then we'll come back to issues, and then you can weigh in on one on the very dark man, and the state police is one other issue that is coming up as a subset of the main issue of Democracy Day. So I'll get back to you on that. You can explain that to us, Mr. James. The president spoke on Democracy Day, and people are questioning whether Nigeria's democracy is improving or getting worse. Where are you on that?
No, the government is a nuisance to the whole of us. I have nothing to say. Give my time to Soli to make his point.
All right. We do that. We give it to him when we get to the second round on this topic. Maska, you are in Nigeria. I don't know. I've never been in Nigeria. Okay. Oh, sorry. I was in Nigeria on the last year at this time. I wanted to say I've never been in Nigeria on the Democracy Day to know what it's like, but I don't even remember where I was that day. But what is it like on Democracy Day in Nigeria? And did you listen to the speech? Are people hopeful that this democracy is leading us to somewhere? I can hear you. Masker, you're muted.
Okay. Initially, I think at the onset, it was a big deal. And if you remember, it was not June 12th. It was May 29th. I think there was an initial fanfare, but yesterday, just so you have a good understanding, there's really nothing. And I did travel. I went to a place called Akwanga. I think it's about 150 or 200.
Oh, Akwanga. I did my youth service there. College of Education Akwanga.
Oh, fantastic. So I went to see somebody that had some medical issues, just to go see and commiserate with the person. And I traveled with let's say half of my family. And it's just a normal day. There's really no big deal. Really no big deal. And I'm not surprised, because at this point, people have lost hope in terms of the democratic process at two levels. Number one, whatever dividends the outcome on the ground is not showing anything. There's no difference. In fact, at some point, people were clamoring for military takeover in this country. Not too long ago, I'm sure not more than 2-3 years ago, people were so disillusioned. And I think we're going to go back to that same spot, because the level of insecurity, when you have primary school kids in captivity, even for me, I'm already feeling bad about myself. If for not at this, I should be walking the streets naked. Like, what kind of people are we that everything is going on? So there's nothing really democratic. But I think at even a higher level, especially for somebody like me, I'm beginning to be very clear that, one, this democracy that we talk about is not the best system of governance, not just for only us, even the people who invented it. There's nothing you invent that lasts for too long, and people are dynamic, and then you are not modifying it. You think it's gonna. And I look back, when you look across all the African countries, the problems are still the same. I think we spoke last week, but we didn't speak at length. If you look at what's happening in Senegal, where the president is on his own, just a single individual firing the prime minister, instead of saying that, okay, look, let's dissolve the government. And so I'm just saying that even the process, the system itself, it's not working. So, but the long and short of the answer is, it's not a big deal anymore. I don't think they even celebrated anything. People don't even listen to I cannot sit down and listen to the president. What is he going to tell me? No, seriously. What are you going to tell me? There are some basic things that, I should not even be discussing with you. Security, for instance, it should be on the table. Corruption, I would expect any serious leader that I would take serious must at least attempt to deal with corruption. None of these two is being tackled. None. Let's not talk about electricity. So what are you going to say that I will listen to you? What is it? And I can see your footprints. All the opposition leaders, everywhere there's problem. As they say, I think it's in the southeast that they say, or southwest, that in the evening or in the night, the witch cry, and in the morning the pikin die. So who is fooling who? I'm honestly not a very happy Nigerian at this point, sincerely speaking, especially when you mention the word democracy. There's a big problem there. It's a big problem. And I'm telling myself that maybe why China is making the quantum progress it's making, maybe because they're using a different system.
That's really a wider conversation. Yeah, I like the way you put it, in terms of where is democracy functioning well. When we think about England, United Kingdom, US, and
Senegal, everywhere I look at it.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Masker. Stay humble. You didn't watch your president speak.
Anyway, well, I will just start from the last speaker's assertion that not assertion, but some kind of suggestion that it might not be the best system for us. Yeah, well, the issue with Nigeria is not really about system. I think it's about the problem, the main pathology of the Nigerian system. System. I don't know how to explain it, but Nigeria has a problem which it has to solve, regardless of the system of government. We've had military, didn't work. There were some countries that had military government and they were able to move the country forward. Any system you bring, even if you bring Shintoism, bring the Japanese system, the Chinese system, it won't work in Nigeria. Don't waste your time. We'll still talk about the foundational problems of Nigeria as we progress. Regarding the democracy day, myself, just like millions of Nigerians, did not bother to watch. Millions of Nigerians, both home and abroad, did not care to watch the speech because there was nothing we expected to happen differently from all those speeches. We've had presidents deliver speeches, the Buharis of this world, Obasanjo's, the Jonathans, the Yaraduas of this world. There was nothing inspiring in their speech, just normal reading of something that maybe Bayo Nanuga wrote the speech and stuff. And then president just came to read, no empathy, nothing. And we're in a country where we're talking about security, and people up till now, people cannot clearly see that this is state-sponsored genocide against the Nigerian people, backed by maybe some foreign entities. Clearly state-sponsored, state-organized killing of Nigerians. So Nigerians have paid the ultimate price. Nigerian, the Nigerians are a guinea pig for all sorts of human experimentation by whatever powers, anywhere, everywhere. So, all these killings and kidnappings and what have you, they are not incidental, they are not accidental. They are really organized crime. Because you won't tell me that they will carry 100, 200 pupils, teachers, etc. To kidnap two persons at once, it's you know the level of organization you put into it, planning and stuff. You now 100, 200 and just move them over across the town and streets and the rest. So just it's organized. So nothing, there's nothing that you tell me. And by now, the reason, of course, why Nigerians were not interested in whatever speech is because the Nigerians have probably never had the opportunity to elect their leader. Maybe the only or last time Nigerians elected their leader, maybe the leader wasn't given opportunity to serve at all. So they have always been installed, appointed by their masters outside the entity called Nigeria. So maybe till we are able to elect our leaders and choose who will lead us, Nigerians will continue to snub and boycott whatever democracy speech they have to read. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. Stay humble. Let's go to Jagan. Jagan, welcome.
Hi again.
Yeah.
I didn't look at that rubbish. You know that. I'm afraid, bruh, Democracy Day. Just imagine that term. We wish that it made sense, but it makes no sense in the great scheme of things. And Maska was right to speak about global governance and who is governing their country, their terrain in such a way that one can see development, and who is governing countries with such a way that it's pure patchwork going on, pure lying, pure lack of responsibility, this is wherever there's democracy I can see in the world right now. Across the whole of Europe, none of them know what they're doing. They're just scampering around looking for where they can cut a deal that may benefit them. America just leading the whole world into more levels of lying, obvious lying. You can just see the stink of lies coming out. Illegal wars all over the place. This is what democracy is. This is what democracy has come to be. And I think for the Africans, especially Nigerians, serve them right. Because we've not really understood what we're doing. We as Nigerians, that has all the greatness in front of us to make sure we can manage. And largely we've mismanaged it. And it didn't matter what system we were using. But we weren't using any system of truth, justice, dignity to the people. And we continue in that vein. And it's such a shame to look on Nigeria's history and see all the glaring opportunities that Nigeria has had to bounce forward, bounce ahead of the whole world. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to take it for minuscule reasons, reasons of tribalism, reasons of bad conduct, reasons where they cannot congratulate those who have striven to do well in the country. Instead, they congratulate those who have stolen. I mean, the realm of lies and liars, we have given far too much respect to those who lie and those who are liars. So we find ourselves in a place where we are a joke to ourselves and we're a joke on a global stage. We're comedy. And the man that can hardly string a sentence together is there propagating rubbish. Really, the way I feel sorry for Nigerians at this time, I blame them a lot, but I feel sorry for us in that we should physically be able to take that guy and throw him out of Aso Rock, make sure he scrapes his chin and shed some blood along the way before we start another campaign of looking for a real leader. All these people are rubbish. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jagon. Let me just at this point mention that we don't support violence on this platform. Just for those,
we support it too.
We don't support violence on this platform. Incidentally, there was somebody who proposed a coup that he was interested in having the military take over, and the DSS picked him up. One guy, just wrote it on his Facebook or something. So, which is interesting, watching how Nigeria is, that they can find you when you make a comment anywhere in Nigeria, but they can't find people who actually
imagine.
Yeah. So he just wrote that he prefers the military, that he wants the military to take over the government in Nigeria, and DSS knocked him. So and they picked him up, and he's facing treason charges now for just saying that, which is outrageous. Anyway, Sola, welcome. And what's your take on Democracy Day? Do you think we're making progress or not? And what should happen?
Okay. The main thing is we are not practicing democracy in Nigeria. Okay, because those that are practicing democracy, which are the Western world and the more or less America itself, the United States, they are the only one it benefits. If you look at other countries, even some countries, some states in Europe, I mean, they're not really practicing democracy like that. Some states, I mean, some countries in Europe, but the major ones that are benefiting from it are just the top dogs. And where you have more or less dictators and autocrats all over the place, it doesn't really help situation. So I believe and I think at the end of the day, it so much does not make any sense in we saying that, oh, we are celebrating Democracy Day in Nigeria as it is. I think we're just, to be honest, we're just fooling ourselves. And I think, is it Mascot that said it, or somebody else said it, that, look, probably maybe we should adopt the China version. Maybe it might work. Also, it's not about whatever we adopt. It's about the people. It's about you and I. It's about how do we manage ourselves. We've done it in the past. The Yorubas, they did it. The Igbos, they did it. The northern people, they did it. And before these Western people came, we were able to manage our system. And we had a structure back then. Why do we have to adopt something that these people brought and we have to say, oh, it is ours? No, we can modify it, we can build on it, and we can expand it for ourselves. So I think, talking about democracy is a farce, is a lie. It is absolutely lie. It's not helping. It only benefit. They take it, they grab from the poor and they give it to themselves to enrich their citizens, to develop their nations, to make them mighty. And what they do, they create weapons. And if you say PIM, they will tell you, I will blow you away till kingdom come. So you become a subject, you become a slave to them. So I think that's just where the problem is. So I didn't listen to the guy because it wasn't worth my time. I think it's just a waste of space and breath and waste of time. Anybody that listened to him, he has not said anything. He was more or less saying, threatening, what's it called? The bandits. I mean, the guy is just a joke. To be honest with you, I don't want to talk about him. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sola. Tony, welcome to the show.
Yeah, greetings, everybody.
You're smiling. You're smiling. You may be the second person that listened to Tinubu's speech. Did you listen to his speech?
Yes, I did. I listened to my president.
Very good. Did. Very good. Now
I listened attentively, and he said quite a lot of things.
Okay.
What did he say? Most of the things he said were just were abstract hopes and promises. No definite timeline for the things he said he was going to do. No roadmaps. It was vague. Nothing concrete. He said we're moving from uncertainty to stability. What does that mean? With daily kidnappings, terrorism, people being killed, people being beheaded, all manners of incursion into the country. Our borders are porous. Everybody's coming in, planes are landing. No clearance. You don't know what the mission is. You have a collapse of health infrastructure, increasing emasculation of the press. You have a total collapse of structures and even government. The president took no responsibility for his failures. He didn't agree that he has failed. Even when Jonathan was the president, he did say that the buck stops with his desk. Here we saw a speech where he didn't take responsibility. Instead, he was blaming governors and local governments and even the Nigerian citizens. For instance, I give you an example. When he was addressing the youth, he said to our young people, and this is in quote, to our young people, Nigeria is your home. And I'm wondering, young people who are going through the Sahara Desert and taking very, very risky journeys to get to Europe and totally surrendering their lives, because it's like a mission impossible. And continue, he says to them, Nigeria is your home. He talked about Nigeria being their future. And then he says, I didn't really hear that. I'm trying to hear that because the pronunciation looks like someone who is drowsy. He says, build her. I think he wanted to say here. He said, build her. That's what I heard. Code her. Work her. I think he wanted to say vote. He said, vote her. And I think these are signs that, the president is cognitively losing it. Go and rest. And then he says every great nation was built by those who stayed to solve problems, not by those who abandoned ship. That's what he said. And I laugh when I hear that, because I know that some of his children are here in the United States. They abandoned ship. They didn't stay. I know that many of our people go, including him, go to France or to UK to seek medical attention. It's 2 years they are spent. No single hospital is fixed where he can take treatment, or where politicians can take treatment. So, and then, but we see people going to France for medical tourism, UK, America, total neglect of our health system. And you say people should stay here. I don't understand that. There's no definite policy to address insurgency, excruciating poverty, and even food inflation. I talked about giving tractors and so on. How can people use tractors when it's difficult for them to go to farm? So and then you look at the list of national awards. I didn't want to speak about that because there's there's someone who bears my name who is there. But if you look at the list, I mean, it speaks a lot. So let me stop there. Generally, I don't think there was inspired who he wasn't his speech wasn't presidential. He wasn't really speaking to Nigerians. Probably he was speaking to himself and his party. Those are my impressions of.
But sorry, Mr. Rudolph, out of curiosity, I just want to ask Mr. Tony a question, if you permit.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Tony, why I'm trying to wrap around my head like, okay, so was there an expectation when you set aside time to listen to him, or what was the logic? What was the thinking behind your listening?
Well, 2027 is coming, and he said he's trying to run for election. So I wanted to see what he's going to tell the nation that he has achieved. That warrants him to run. He has a right to run. But I wanted to see, a carefully marshaled out points of what he has done, what the challenges are, and then what he expects to do if he's voted in. I didn't see that because I wanted to see whether he has fixed electricity, which he said, if you don't fix, if I don't fix, don't vote for me. I wanted to see if he has fixed provided meters for people, because he said there would not be an estimated meter, and he gave a timeline for it. So for those specific things that he gave a timeline that he's going to do, I wanted to see him say, okay, this is what I said I was going to do and I did it. This is the challenge and so on. But I didn't see things like that. I didn't even see him accepting any blame for anything that is happening. And yet it's very, very clear that this is not where we're supposed to be. This is just take the World Cup, for instance. It's a country as small as Cape Verde was there. Corasio is there. Cape Verde is not up to 1 million. It's not even up to the size of one local government in Nigeria. And they're there. Corasio is there. Haiti, that is, almost, the problem that is going there, is there. Nigeria is part of the fact that FIFA expanded the list of countries that can participate in the World Cup. Giant of Africa, Nigeria is not there. It doesn't speak well of the country.
Right. Thank you, Tony, and thank you, Mr. Rob. Plus, you can put me back. I'm sure a lot of people want to join, so you can put me at the back.
Tony, just to say, was it therefore a waste of time? Did you land on that? It was a waste of time listening to him?
No, it wasn't a waste of time for me. It just confirmed my belief that this man, I can't vote for him to come to himself. He has nothing to offer.
Doctor, let me add something real quick to footnote what Mr. Tony just said, and in response to Jaguar as well. I watched out of curiosity in a way, just to see what could be different, not because I was disappointed at the end. Because if I summarize something he even pointed to that had to do with electricity, which again is just a rehash generally of previous speeches and what he has said, he still went back to basically the same thing that he keeps mentioning about how they've deregulated, they're paying some amounts that were owed, and no timeline. So it was just blank. So I was like, aha, no wahala. So it's true, we have entered one chance. We just started.
Okay, Tony, one of the, I know you may not have the answer before Ovia comes on. One of the things I was trying to confirm, was the speech a live broadcast or was it recorded? I don't think it was live. I believe
it's recorded. It's recorded.
Recorded, okay. So, but what it was a 15-minute speech, and my concern from the beginning is, why did they allow this version to be put out there? It was terrible. I mean, you have time to redo it. If it's not coming out well, why did they? Is this the best they could get from him?
Rudolph, what's worse? What's worse is even the way it comes across. If you're not careful, you probably sleep by the second line. we'll be sleeping. You could hardly hear. It's terrible. It's not inspiring at all.
So my head was, if this is the best they could get from a president, then we're in trouble. Anyway, thank you, Tony, for that in-depth look. Ovie, welcome to the show, and we are talking about democracy in Nigeria. We are keying it off the speech that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu made to Nigerians on Democracy Day. So what is your take? Did you watch the speech, and what is your feeling about what he said, and did that make you feel confident that we are moving forward?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damaji, once again. I think I listened to every speech of the president, unless the one I don't know. I do that for three reasons. In case of Nigeria, one, because I'm a Nigerian. Two, because I see myself as an historian, as a history student. So I take a lot of the things into consideration. Then the third one is that I also consider myself as a current affair public analyst. So if I don't pay attention and listen to those people, what would be the basis of my analysis? How do I back up my point or analyze data? So those are the reasons that keep me, at that level. So yes, I listened to it, and it spoke a lot. It touched pretty much on a lot of things. At the center point, what stood out for me was the grassroots governance, local government autonomy level, where the focal point of their address is he admitted that the structural shift at the local government level, it directly linked the current insecurity that you are facing in Nigeria to the decay and the destruction of the local government administration at the administration level. And I think I see where it's coming from, being one of his notorious, one thing he's been known for notoriety is when he stood against President Obasanjo administration, when he was trying to either increase the local government and all that thing. So he stood there, and again, coming into power this time around, he made attempts to free the local government, to make sure the local government have their own financial autonomy. Now, how practical that is going on, I cannot say, but it will be on record that there is a political will from his own part to push for that, what he said that is wrong. So, and again, he talked about the state police, creation of state police, which the House of Rep has actually put pen to paper and pass it to bill, waiting for the Senate to go forward with it. So he talked more, he speak more on that, and I think that that would be a success story for him if he successfully implements the state police, to which even the United States government actually acknowledged that to his credit. Because for me, going to 2027, that is where he's having his problem. So to have that acknowledgement from the Donald Trump administration that is doing well just by passage of that bill, I think is a credit to him. Then on one thing that stood out from on that speech again was what I tag as a intergenerational compact, where he went ahead to analyze the generation that we have, from the founding fathers to today, where he said that it's the founding fathers secured independence. Even though I disagree with him totally on that, because Nigeria is not an independent nation, but rather a negotiated settlement. That's what Nigeria is. So, but he acknowledged the founders of the country to be the first generation. Then the June 12th generation, as he frames it, fought the military and secure democracy. So, and he challenged the current generation who that here today that our own course should be how to secure economic prosperity. Those are his words. So pretty much, I like the fact that they put that in as a generational level. I also, confronted some of our guests here that what has their generation done. Even solely, one of his contending argument with some folks here is that him constantly pointing fingers to generation ahead of him that they have failed. So him making attempts to make that clear that every generation has a responsibility, and as I say, I don't agree with what he has called to each generation, but I think he made an attempt to acknowledge what we have, where we are. Then economically, he acknowledged the fact that Nigeria is going through difficulties, and again, big because of his policy. He charged Nigeria to remain state fields and all that. So I have kind of he covered everything necessary according to as far as democracy is concerned in Nigeria today and our current socio-economic situation. Now, agreeing with him is a different thing. Not agreeing with him is different, but one cannot say the man did not acknowledge our reality and try to project a way forward on that. But where I disagree with him about the founding father, that where I describe Nigeria as a contracted, as a negotiated settlement, it's also at the center of the so-called democracy we are practicing. I don't think there's anything wrong with the democracy that we are practicing. It's working excellently well the way the framers framed it. Because going back to the founder negotiated for regional parliamentary democracy, which the colonial mastermind. But along the line, the American government come into play, decided to want to take control of the colony and force us to adopt their own system, the American political system of independence. So at this current time, those two ideologies are in war in Nigeria currently. Both the British system of colonial system that they nurture us to adopt and what the America eventually is bringing for us. They are currently at war in Nigeria, and I will argue that it's pretty much responsible to 70% of the insecurity of Nigeria is the responsibility of that. Now, if I say the current system is working well based on how the framers want it, I am saying that based on our current reality. Many people did not pay attention that the Nigeria that we have today, it's that shifted from what it used to be from the 25th of December 2025, when the first Tomahawk missile landed in Sokoto. A lot of things changed in terms of the country as a whole. Bola Tinubu left the country immediately, spent up to 2 to 3 weeks. 25th of December, the country was struck on behalf of a particular group. That's why they frame it, the Nigerian Christian. And the president of the country, as I see him as a manager, because they manage the economy on behalf of the empires. But he left the country almost 3 weeks. Nobody see anything. When I say nobody, I'm not talking about with the CCDC, we no count. The power brokers from every region, even the so-called opposition leaders that we have today, they were mute. They run mouth from there and there, but no concrete debate or argument or question was asked why our president will leave the country for 3 weeks at the time whereby everybody is asking questions. I don't think Nigeria has experienced that kind of what happened on 25th of December. And it continues, right? But that did not bother me. It only make me understand more things. Especially regarding 2027. From that day on, I concluded that the only way Tinubu will lose the election if the Washington, D.C. or the City of London did not sign up for it. And so far, with what happened this week, with the acknowledgement of what they has done from the administration, I think the game is over. Defending democracy, I don't think I say we, the opposition, I'm talking about both the Nigerian masses and the leader, have the capacity to actually want to defend a democracy. I would narrow it to the OB movement. If we look at the Nigerian, I won't even say the obedience, because the movement, the OB presidency is a controlled opposition. No, I've said a lot, but I'm concluding now. The Nigerian youth, and every Nigerian youth, the Gen Z, let me be specific, they are fed up of the system. They don't even understand, so they don't want it. They want the system destroyed. That is the center of their agitation that leads to NSAS and the rest of it. Along the line, a control leader was appointed in the name of Obi from the system to come and lead that movement. A metamorphosis from that raw hunger of the system to now production to consumption, from consumption to production. That was 4 years ago. The same movement, that energy, again metamorphosis to now want to say democracy. Democracy that they did not apply for, ask for, or even frame. They want to fix it. And if we look at the origin of this democracy that Nigeria adopted, let's go back to the origin in the United States. They don't kill them. Is it the Obama administration or the current administration? Democracy is not being practiced, but for some reason, they selected control leaders to lead the conversation, to destroy that raw energy, to change the system, for now put it on our head to save democracy.
All right, Ovie, thank you so much. This section, we're going to talk about things that came out of that speech. So he talked about recruiting 50,000 new police officers and thousands of military people. He said that they spent this budget, they had 5.41 trillion, the largest for defense. He gave some people, or he announced names of people that will receive national honors. People like Joy Bokwe. They were people who were obviously not mentioned because he was framing it as people who fought for democracy. There were names like Femi Ojodu, who was one of the co-founders of the news magazine, where Bayo Ononoga was also one of the co-founders. But Bayo has already received, I think he has received a national honor last time. So, but he didn't mention Femi. Femi, incidentally, Femi, who was supporting the former vice president in that election, and they've not forgiven him for that. Someone quoted something he said that I think is actually quotable, that every great nation was built by those who stayed to solve problems, not by those who abandoned ship. This other quote is also very interesting. He said, at a time like this, let us not assign blame or point fingers. Crime has no ethnicity. We must stay united and be assured that the enemies of our nation shall soon be history. This is important because if you look at what's happening in Nigeria with insecurity, there is this tendency, and we talked about this last week on this show, to frame people of a particular ethnic group as people who are the cause, and then everybody from that ethnic group will be condemned or seen in that light. So he made it a point to say that crime has no ethnicity. Incidentally, P2B also said the same thing this week in one of his talks. He said that people should not look at the Fulani as criminals because of what is going on in the country. Tinubu also I think he took credit, I don't know, saying that domestic refining of petroleum is now has increased, which we know. By that we are just saying that Dangote refinery is doing well. That's the interpretation.
Under his watch.
Doctor,
well under his watch.
Yeah. Doctor, did you see the part where he was also comparing the kidnapping statistics from 2015 to now? That I found laughable.
Yes, I saw those figures. But in general, he said, let us move forward together, rejecting division, cynicism, and despair, embrace unity, hope, and confidence. And I don't know who said it here now, but when you look at this speech and you think about the role the government has been playing as we approach 2027, it's not the same in line with what he's saying. He's telling people, I think it was who I don't remember who said it, but he was telling people that reject division. But his political strategy is to cause division. He's saying stay home but he's not staying home. The reason why he hasn't gone out in the last few days is that you can't have people kids in the forest and you are jumping into the plane to go somewhere else. Anyway,
but we've seen this playbook before now. This kidnapping and all these things. We see the playbook before, but I think the mistake those who are engineering and making is that one of the author of the book 2013 to 2015 is the president now. So that's what is interesting to me. But it seems trying to play trying to take him out the same way they take Goodluck out. I don't think they will succeed, but we'll see. So we've seen the playbook before. These protests, kidnapping. I mean, bring back our guests was a thing. It was a movement, world movement. At the end of the day, some people came out to confess that they sponsored it financially and logistically. That's the United States government. Right? No, then we didn't even question that. Now they don't start another one again. All of us are blind because, man, it's just crazy. Now,
all right. Okay.
Again.
So we will let me play this video and then we go to break down the aspects or tangential things that came out. So one of the things that we know is the state police, the issue of state police, and the Nigerian House of Rep. They actually met and they made a decision. They voted that they will support state police.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think they also voted to increase the number of House of Rep and senators.
Oh, I think I saw that headline.
Yeah. So a lot of things happened this week that.
All right, let's watch that clip and then come back and then we'll get to the nitty-gritty of each of these decisions.
Now say the man who talk anything, so now nonsense they talk. Now I want to analyze the nonsense.
Yeah,
we do have a problem as Nigerians. First of all, we say our president.
Adeswa Giwa Osage tells us how it all unfolded.
Day began with just over 240 members in chamber, but by the time the question of state police was put, the attendance register told a different story.
So total members physically present now is 290.
For the significant constitutional amendment on state police, the Green Chamber crossed the required two-thirds attendance by a mile. The House had made its priorities unmistakable. Members suspended their own rules to consider just 3 items for the day. Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu captures the mood.
The issue of the insecurity that we have in the country and what is the intervention we're going to make as Parliament to help the executive in what they are doing to secure more lives and properties. All of you gathered here today from your various constituencies, despite the difficulties, because you believe you are part of the people who will provide the solution.
But then the drama.
We have so many lapses.
Honorable Bashir,
we should do justice to Nigerians.
It is okay. You have made your point. You can sit down, please.
We are going to sit down.
Honorable Bashir,
God will do his own.
If you don't sit down, I will take disciplinary action against you.
The chamber's digital voting equipment failed. What followed were lawmakers voting on a constitutional amendment by raising their hands. No voting by separation, no clause-by-clause consideration. The House voted on the bill as a whole, using only its long title. By the final announcement, 289 ayes, a single nay, no abstentions, well above the two-thirds majority the Constitution demands. Meanwhile, in the Senate, the bill seeking to establish state police scaled second reading and was referred to the Committee on Constitution Review. It, however, deferred debate on the matter till a later date, after which it will require ratification by two-thirds of the state houses of assembly before becoming law. Adeswa Giwa-Osage, Arise News, Abuja.
All right, so it passed the House of Rep. It's now going to go to the Senate. So obviously, I'm not expecting that it won't pass the Senate. So it's clear that the opposition to the state police in Nigeria is out. It's over. So the question is, and he is going to get it. It's a mystery what happens in Nigeria for me, really. I have to confess, because I don't know when the states approve. We have to get 2/3 of the states to approve this. You never hear that the states are meeting and they are discussing it. And how does that happen?
Let me defend that.
Yeah.
No, I think show will give me witness. When time I come here, I say we do they pay attention to noise. What's the name of the deputy, the man from
Carlo, Deputy
Carlo.
Speaker.
Yes, him and the delegation, the delegation of the people who are put in charge of the amendment committee, they've been going around the country for the past 2 years. Facts. We are not paying attention. We come here with pain every day.
No, Obie, that's not what I'm saying. Okay, hold on.
You cannot say they did not go. No, because you are trying to say they boycotted the process.
Hold on. The process in most places, like in the United States, is that the National Assembly, in our own case, or the Congress here, can decide to amend the Constitution, okay? And after they finish, they now send it to the states. The states will have their own debates where they will now vote to say we are agreeing to this amendment to the Constitution. I'm saying that Buhari, when he was there, he changed some things in the Constitution. The items in the exclusive list. He changed that of electricity. I don't know when the states in Nigeria debated on that and approved it. Hold on. I know what you're saying. You're saying that there were consultations. That's different.
No. The first question I will put to you is that do you follow the proceedings of your state House of Assembly? Do you follow it?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Hold on. I'm not saying that they don't approve it. I'm saying that they don't have the kind of vigorous debate. There are some amendments. Hold on. Listen to me now. Let me finish.
You are okay.
There are some amendments in the United States that are passed, and it will take some years, 20-something years, before the states will vote and say, okay, we got enough states that we say we approve this. But in the case of Nigeria, just like what is going to happen in the Senate, you are going to be sure that the Senate, under Babio, is going to support whatever they push from the House without real serious debate. You can say that there was no need for debate in this case, that we've got to the point.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, you can say, they say there's an argument to be made that we've got to the point.
No, you are wrong, because everything that you just put before us, that actually happened. I'm telling you, the committee that was put in charge of amendment went around the country. They are still going around. We don't pay attention. That's why I asked you, do you know the dealings of your state National Assembly? You don't know. So you can't just come to conclusion that they cut the process short. No. In Nigeria, it is not they actually happen like that. I come here every time, they pay. We might not like all these people. I don't too. But guess what? Now they are the alpha and omega of our existence as far as Nigeria is concerned. So we have to pay attention to what they do, wrong or right. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, hold on. Let me get other people involved in the conversation. Let me see.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Rudolph. I went back because
I attended one. Sorry, I think you attended one and you came here. You told us about it. I could be wrong, but you said something.
Okay, that's why I'm joining back, because so there's a point you made that is unassailable, that one should pay attention to things, whether it is done rightly or done wrongly. Okay, but I think the point Mr. Rudolph is making, and I came back just to make that point, it would be absurd for anybody to now wake up today and tell me that state legislatures have looked at this thing and they are okay with it. It will be the biggest absurdity, because it's one constitution we have in the country. This bill now that they are looking at and debating has not yet been approved, has not been finalized. What did the states look at? So what did the states look at? Everybody look at one separate piece of paper, or what is going on?
No, questioning what they look at is different from saying they did not look at anything at all.
It's the same thing, Ovi.
No, it's not. You just agree with me. Hold on. Look. You agree with me that we should pay attention that what they do is wrong.
No, I agree with you there.
Exactly. So the process will actually follow. Maybe it must not be you want it, but it was they actually carried it out. That's why I say you might not agree with them. We are not.
Okay, so are you listening? Are you listening to me?
The process is still on.
Okay, are you listening to me? Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yes, you are trying to. You are trying to say they did not follow the process.
That's the outcome of what I'm intending to. What the words that comes out of my mouth, are you listening to them?
Of course.
Okay. What am I saying?
That you first of all, let me try and say exactly what you said. That nobody can convince you that the state legislators actually look at the process.
No, no process.
This one.
Not process. The amendment we are talking about, if the National Assembly is looking at a bill now, and they are debating a bill,
yes,
okay, nobody then can convince me that, okay, this is the bill that 36 states have approved, and it is now the National Assembly that is looking at it.
Not all bill require 36 state approval.
Okay, so that's the thing now. So we are saying that this one doesn't need to go to states.
No, I am saying this actually went through the state and it's still going through it. I am not.
And I'm saying that it will be an absurdity. It can go, but it will be an absurdity for something that we would take as a country, one country, and agree. For something to have gone through 36 states before now, then one National Assembly is debating it.
No, I think if we don't have the true knowledge of how the process works, we should not just jump to a conclusion. And I'm saying we here because I'm not to stand and tell you I understand the 100% of the process completely, right?
Okay, so I think that Ovie, we've come to a good point. I think we should all agree now, because you are proposing, when you spoke, it sounded like you understood what happened.
No, I am saying this amendment went through the route that is supposed to. They had community debate, they had state debate, I followed them. So for me to now say, oh, I should completely ignore the process that I witnessed and agree with you, you are not helping me. That means I wasted my whole time.
Okay, Ovie, hold on. Let's get Tony involved, because what the National Assembly, what the law requires them to do, the state assemblies, is to debate what the National Assembly is sending to them, not whatever they discussed before in public forum. It's different. It's the final terms of this amendment. It's not yet drafted. Remember, the Senate will have to debate, and then they will agree on what the final terms will be, and then that's what they will present to the state assemblies. Okay, hold on. Let's hear from somebody else. Tony, go ahead.
Yeah, for me, it's really funny because I think, first of all, if the federal government is going to take away policing from the exclusive list and send it to the states now, then I think that the states should have, first of all, have an input. States are different. The security challenges they have are different. For instance, if you take Benue State, for instance, it's not specifically the kind of security challenge they have that you have in the Northeast. You go to the Southeast, in some ways their own security challenges are different. But all of them, border on insecurity. So I think that, first of all, whereas the idea may sound good, state policing, but I think the federal government is trying to, basically, the way it looks to me, is shaking its responsibility, because it has failed in that area, as security is primarily of the nation and the people. It's primarily the federal government's responsibility. Now, if they now want to decentralize it and have the states as a way of tackling the security challenges that we have, the way I see it is that, okay, federal government is trying to say, okay, I give it to you, now you're not going to be pointing at the federal government for internal security. You would now be responsible. The governors would now be responsible. I give you money, and then you should take care of the responsibility. Which I think that's for me, that's the logic behind that. I think that the states, every state, if you want the states to take responsibility of policing their community, I think their states. I think that, first of all, it should be the primary responsibility of those states to sit down and discuss, because they know specifically what the challenges are. And so they can look at the immediate challenges that they have, and then they can project into the future to look at the effect in the long run, what is going to take, how much is going to cost, what kind of personnel, the nature of the policing, the sources to finance it. They can mobilize, like Lagos is doing, mobilize resources, to strengthen security, in their specific areas. You can't stay in Abuja and be discussing and making laws for states in where you are, you are there, you are enjoying federal protection and so on. You don't know what the people are suffering. The people in the villages, for instance, what are the specific challenges? Forefathers, this is one area that forefathers have spoken about. Those who are in the border areas, their security, their challenges are different. For instance, Cameroon has invaded about 200 soldiers from Cameroon, invaded the local government in Cross River State. Nobody's talking about it. You can stay in Abuja and understand what is happening there. What are they looking for? How did they come? So I think every state, even though we have this major security challenge, but every state in Zamfara, how are people flying in? How helicopters flying in and going? Who deals with it? But how are you going to deal with that? What are the specific challenges that you need to deal with? So the way we're still going back to the same old thing, the not thinking outside the box, just thinking that policing is just the kind of thing we have in the federal level. No, it's different. So that's my impression. I think that the states will come up, with a strategy, with a template, and then then the federal can sit down and discuss it, and devise a system or make a law as it applies, general something that, but every state will be unique in terms of the challenges that it has. That's the only way I think we can address it. But on the whole, I just think that this is just a runaway thinking or policy by the federal government to say, okay, the states now, you now have, the resources, you now have the logistics, you now have the wherewithal to be able to deal with security in your own area, so you can't continue to blame the federal government. I think that is an admittance, directly or indirectly, by the federal government that it has failed. So that's the way I look at it. I don't know if I make any sense.
I just actually even confirmed that, okay, what happened was that at least there was discussion at an informal level with state governors. So almost all the state governors agreed, but the process will still be that this bill will pass through all processes in the National Assembly. Thereafter, it will now go to all the states' National Assembly for them to ratify. Just so that, yes.
Okay. Now, Maska, let me ask you, because for many years, the resistance has always come mainly from the northern states. What happened? How did it change? What changed?
I'm not an insider in this political thing. I don't know, but I can tell you from an observer perspective and from a resident's perspective. Initially, the fear really is one fear, that state governors will become more powerful than they already are. In my opinion, they are one of the biggest problems in the country. Okay, they do and undo. Even this Tinubu that we are talking about, we have forgotten the fact that it was some 12 northern state governors that sat down in one room and just came out one night and said, okay, look, this thing should go to the south. Inadvertently, in their mind, because they've already zeroed down on Tinubu. So the fear then was that these people are already too powerful. If you put a state police, then they can actually become, just like Tinubu is doing now at the national level, where you are scattering all the opposition. People were afraid of that. But the reality also in life, when you are facing one problem, a bigger problem can come. And then that other problem, because this insecurity problem for the North is an existential problem. People don't understand how big insecurity is in the North. Today, we are saying that a retired general of the Nigerian army, not police, has died, has kaput in the hands of kidnappers in Katsina State. So me, that I'm a bloody civilian, where is my security from? On what basis am I going to draw security from or comfort? So today, this insecurity is an existential problem. And normally with especially Black people, when you have this kind of problem now, you begin to just fiddle. anything you see, you grab. If you talk about state policing, everybody will agree to it, because most of the state governors, I feel for them also, because the general wisdom in Nigeria today is that the top echelon of the military are corrupt, and they are the real problem why this thing is festering, because the Nigerian army don't get the necessary morale. The second thing is the kind of materials in terms of the ammunition. I mean, even for me, in terms of intelligence, people just keep going and then they get ambushed. And you ask yourself, where is the intelligence? So for a lot of governors, they feel that, look, even the military is not a good option, because you look at them, you know that they are not going to perform. Because even if they send the military to you, it's not just the human beings. They need to have good morale. They need to have the right kind of arms and ammunition, and they need to have the right kind of intelligence, which is all lacking. You send military that they are demoralized. If you look at this Mama P now, one of her biggest videos she keeps doing is there's one guy called Justice for Justice. What is Justice for Justice all about? Justice was saying that even feeding as basic as food for military is a problem. And what did the Nigerian military do? They went and arrested him. Our military is such a type that even you want to arrest somebody, the car he drove to your place, his car is still there, and initially you are saying that you don't know where it is. Do you understand the point I'm making? So for the governors now, I'm sure some of them that have the wish to solve this problem, they would rather have some sort of force that is within their own reach. I think that's what has changed, that there is now an existential problem. It's not about election. It's not about who is the governor. I'm sure somebody in Zamfara state would rather have one governor for the rest of his life if the insecurity will go. He will be willing to live with that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Maska. If you have something you need to add to this topic, you can raise your hand. I'll call you. I don't want everybody to go around because we want to touch on a few other things quickly. Okay, Femi, go ahead.
Yeah, well said, first of all, Maska, because towards the tail end, you took something I usually debate with forefathers, for example, about that it's not enough to just speak about men, because what are you even doing in terms of equipping, and of course the aforementioned morale as well as training, because a lot of these things have dropped. Now, in regards to this issue of amendment, my own what's it called, education was learned from something that Dele Farutimi, and I hope you get to bring him again one of these days, probably discuss about something along these lines as well. It's drawn from his strong opposition, which is the same thing some of us have actually believed about even the founding of the constitution. Look at the origins, the foundations itself. Where did it come from? It was just put together by Abdusalam Abubakar and his people. Nobody, it just came out of the blue. And that's the foundation we're standing on, only for us to realize that in as much as there may not necessarily be any perfect constitution, but they've been amending and amending. In fact, they're even amending the amended amendments as well as we speak, and they will continue. So his own position, again, which I align with, is it's already faulty. So you're amending something that's already faulty and adding more rigors on top of it. Even when you even pivot into the amendments that had to deal with electioneering as well. Look at the various interpretations that we get. 1 minute they will tell us the annex chairman will tell you one thing about a section when it comes to beavers and what have you. So it's already dead on arrival. But with regards to the process itself, I know Ovie spoke to the fact that people don't pay attention. As much as I, for example, try to pay attention, you know, a lot of things are done when people are sleeping at night. How many people have time after they come back from work in Nigeria? They're tired from traffic, from no electricity, to still, and that is even if you have, of course, if you have electricity, even if you have that stamina to stay awake to follow the president, and how much publicity, who are the people that are involved, and then there's also the problem of politics where people actually stay in line, and key to it is what you actually mentioned, how much debate even takes place in this rubber stamp National Assembly, not to talk of the states House of Assemblies, which sometimes, if we're being honest with ourselves, you don't even see enough debates, if there's debates at all. You don't even know if they exist. Forget about local governments, because that's another matter in itself, right? But so if you stick with the state assemblies, a lot of them just ratify. A lot of them don't even understand. That's even if it takes place at all across all states. But something I want to just highlight that Ovie mentioned about how amendment does not involve all the states. As far as I know, it includes all the states. It's just that apparently it's after the National Assembly may have sat on it and hopefully debated whatever the amendments they're trying to put in the place. He has to. I believe it takes at least 24 states out of the 30 states. But ultimately, I just know that we're doing it wrong in the sense that I don't see enough debates, and I don't see where the debates even make sense if at all they actually occur. Because what I mostly see is people aligning along party lines, whether they understand what. First of all, let me even just round up. Rudolph, a lot of these are our senators and House of Rep. What do they even know? What do they know? Do they even understand what they're even reading in the first place? Because what I mostly see is just a cacophony of people that have no business being there in the first place, which again points to the fact that this democracy, it's a sham, it's a joke.
All right, thank you, Femi. Let me see, Jagun, you have anything to add to this topic, or should I move to? I actually want people to weigh in on tangential issues. You are muted, Jagun, if you are speaking.
No, actually, I'm listening to the round and round, and that's how Nigerian politics really is: round and round and round, round and round and round. Nobody understands what the hell they're talking about. I give credence to Masker's addition. Maybe I was able to pick up one or two things there, but largely, I can't say I understand what the hell's going on politically in that country when people decide to discuss it. Some issues I have good appreciation of, but these things, not really, brother.
All right. Thank you. So I will. I wanted to say that I traveled last time I was in Nigeria. If you travel a major road, say from Lagos to Ibadan or Lagos to Ore, you find series of security agencies on the road. So you have the one they call Joint Task Force. I wasn't in the country when they started that one. You have you have police, you have federal safety, you have the military, you have the customs, you have so Nigeria. If this goes through, and I think it will go through, Nigerians will learn something new, which is the hierarchy and how to deal with these different security agencies and who takes power in any situation, who takes control. Because the laws in Nigeria, so say something happens in Ondo State, and you have state police, you have federal police, you have all these other agencies, and there are so many now across the country. So one of the things that they will have to learn, and I hear during the debates in the past, politicians from the northern part of the country, they always say that Nigeria is not yet mature enough to go to state police. But I think I was saying at that point, I was insisting that you learn by trying it, by setting it up, you learn. Like in this country, it's not perfect. There are some situations where you have the FBI having to counter the deal with the state police. And then, of course, the counties here, they all have police. So something is happening in New York City. Let's say a major issue happened in New York City, like the killing of that insurance executive. What you find out is that you have both the FBI, the state police, the city police, you have the firearm, different agencies will all come there, and somehow they will learn to work together. The abuse that people are talking about, and Masker mentioned that, and it's a real thing. You have state governors who will now become basically presidents of their states because they now have people they command who are armed, who can go and arrest people. So there will be so many things that the country will learn and the states will learn, and in terms of authority and hierarchy and who has power. So, and it could lead to serious confrontation, and it happened in America, where where you can find a state police refusing to take orders from the federal government. So,
Dr. Damages,
yeah.
In emergencies like that will involve state and federal agencies, security agencies, usually there's a structure, there's an incident command system that you have that is laid down. For instance, if in fire safety, for instance, I know that there's an incident command structure. Initially, the locals can take charge, respond immediately. They are probably the first responders. But when it has to involve federal agencies and so on, they step down for the federal. In most structures, that is how it is. And so I think these are part of the things that have to be sorted out, because where you have the federal police, if you have a situation where you have to have the DSS, the federal, and then you have the state, and maybe local government, and they are dealing with the same issue, there has to be a structure. There has to be an incident command structure where if the federal has to step in, then the subnationals will submit to the authority of the federal, and that's how it's generally structured. And I think that those are part of the issues that have to be dealt with. But the critical issue for me is also funding. Some states can't even pay salaries. They can't pay. They're still, in spite of what. The federal government says more money that the federal government says is giving. There are still states that are struggling to survive. If you take out the subvention, I mean the monthly revenue for, derivation or whatever that the federal government sends, most of the states can't survive. So now you are bringing a greater burden also, because it's not just only you have to equip them, you have to train them. You have to build up, logistics, you have the offices and so on, vehicles and so on and so forth. You have to train them. Where is that money going to come from?
Yeah, but I don't think that just going to make it mandatory. It's about states who want to, who can afford, who can start. They start, and they can start small. It doesn't mean they have to start with getting 10,000 police force. And also, if you think about it, if the state is secure and they can tax people more, people can do business more, things, there are advantages of that. I'm not against the police. I'm just saying that we are going to learn a lot of things very fast as soon as it starts. And I think it's for the better, the betterment of the country. It's going to make the country better if we have that structure in place. Even in America here, remember in Minnesota, there was a conflict between the federal government and the state police, and it's still not perfect here or in other places. And of course, the next will be local government will want their own state police, local government police. In my hometown, we have our vigilante, which is more like a step to having a local police by the town, and it happens in other places. We get to that point, but we'll see how it develops. I think it's a good thing, and I think if they get this on and get it going, despite the fear that people have, I think it will transform Nigeria in a very different way. All right, so.
Well, just Mr. Rudolph, on a lighter note, if your worry is about the roadblocks, Nigeria has solved that already. So there's this issue I remember in Lagos. Lagos, they have their own, I think, Lamata or something, some local traffic control police. And then there's the road safety, which is national. So the resolution is that on a federal road, a local Lagos state traffic police cannot arrest you. Only road safety can arrest you. Yes.
Oh, on a local, okay.
So most likely what will happen is that on the federal routes, it will be federal police that can only set up roadblock. But the more important point for me, I think I like the way you're thinking about this thing. And I think the whole country would learn a lot if we take that attitude. Almost everything that we are taking now, we should take it with a pinch of salt, understanding that we will learn on the road as we travel on it. Even the democracy, I would have been happier if that's the approach we take. Say, okay, this thing is new, let's take it, but with a mindset of that we should be modifying things as we go. The point why I'm raising even this issue more is because in my head, I'm already thinking that it would be wrong to have a federal police as it is today and then have a separate state police. I think we should devise, the word should be state policing, not state police. So police should go down to the local level, even maybe at the local government, but So all these vigilantes that we have, we should try and find a structure to just co-opt and train them and then equip them, rather than have multiple. So in each state, the control will be with the governor. Yes, there will be some scanty level of federal police, maybe as we call them, this, what do they call them now? Mobile police. They call them kill and go. Some people that are a bit more, well, yeah, so I'm just thinking that we need to put more thinking. I'm even telling myself that I'm blaming myself, but I think what I will do, I will try and get the bill and send to you so that you can share with people read it, so that we can come to it with a bit more of an informed attitude, maybe when next the issue comes up. And probably, who knows, at the panel we can make our own paper and submit to the National Assembly and say, this is what we think of it.
Yeah, thank you, Maska. And one of the things I wanted to mention is that one of the things that will happen immediately is that if, let's say, they approve it this month or next, and let's say Lagos State, people who have money will say, we want state police. You know what will happen? Most of the people who are working for the federal police might decide that they are going to leave and work for the state. Okay, and if the state is paying more, you find more people will go there, and there will be competition, in terms of where do I go, which is more professional, are you sure that if you are trained here, you have opportunity to learn, these things will happen, and it will transform the country in different ways that people may not even think about.
I agree with you totally.
Yeah.
I will make effort to get that bill and send to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. This will have been a very good point that we discuss the proposal that Kulata sent. But my fear is that most people here have not seen it. I know that I sent it to Mr. James. I sent it to Forefathers. I sent it to, who else? Master, did I send it to you? No, I don't think so. All right. There should have been more effort to get it to more people, especially when Kulata cannot come to join us. But he had a proposal or something he wanted to send to, a memorandum to the president about his idea how to deal with these security issues. Let me see what I can do. Maybe as we go along, we will get to that. Let me get other topics into this conversation. Shore was a victim of tear gas during a protest yesterday. I believe it happened yesterday. There is this NNPC story that I think is very big. NNPC, the former director that refused to appear before the Senate. I want us to touch on that. But let me call on Sully. Sully wants to talk about Very Dark Man, because I don't understand. I know he came out to protest. I don't know whether that protest was part of Democracy Day protest or was something else. So Sully has a different view on what is going on. Victory, I see you. I will come to you in very soon. Sully, go ahead. You're muted. Sully, we can? Okay.
Sorry, I was speaking on the phone with someone. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I just brought you up to talk about Very Dark Man and
okay. So yes, you see what this miscreant has been up to, right? And his mischievous ways. So there was a docked video, right? An AI video that someone made and said that, oh, Tinubu is this, and made some allegations and was saying, basically saying that Tinubu was go. And then Bayo and Ononuga, which was just a spokesperson, it's not really anyone serious in government, was saying, oh, they should arrest Very Dark Man. No police called for his arrest. No military person called, no Navy, no real security firm called for his arrest, right? And then they found out that it was an obedience that even made the video. All those guys are always mischievous, always up to something. So now this guy said, because he was losing a lot of relevance when he lied against Omoyele Sowore and, created fake WhatsApp message which till today he has not apologized for, because, you catch him many times, he doesn't lie. He lies and he doesn't apologize because he knows that Nigerians will continue to follow him, because Nigerians want to change Nigeria, but they don't want to change. So he took that opportunity. He has been trying to gain back his relevance. Nigerians could see through him. The devil was dying finally. But the devil always try something. Once he's cornered, he always try something. So he came to Nigeria claiming that the government want to arrest him, right? He passed through the airport security. They stamped his passport. He took his luggage. So at that point, he already knows that the government is not against him, right? People came from different states. Instead
of him to tell them that the government is not against him, he continued to bank on that clout for more popularity and fame to himself, because it has always been about himself, and took people on the streets, blocking the road, causing nuisance, chaos on the streets, of the airport, and walking for a couple miles like headless chickens. Okay, what is the goal of your protest? Tinubu must go. Okay, Tinubu must go. Okay, finally, right? He said 2 years ago that he will never protest and all this thing. He did not protest for INEC, he did not protest. He protested because he wanted to arrest him. Now say, okay, Tinubu must go. Okay, Tinubu must go. Who is replacing Tinubu? The headless chickens don't have any answer except to insult you. He did not stop there. He carried his protest again to Abuja, blocked the road of the average poor Nigerians that are just trying to find ends meet. And he said, Tinubu, okay, Tinubu must go. Fine, and daddy. Who is going to replace him? No answer. Do you understand? The reason why I'm talking about it is because I want to show you who Nigerians truly are. Nigerians are following this guy who is proven to be in court. A court proved that he was a liar. Until today, he has not apologized for it. He tried to destroy somebody's marriage by telling lies. He lied against somebody. Nigerians are still following this liar, proven in court to be a liar. This man took poor people's money, right, and used it to build government school. Why did he not confront the local government chairman, ask for an audit, and force the local government chairman to do what he has already been given the money to do, to build that school? Now, the local government chairman has run away with that money. You have made poor Nigerians poorer just to make yourself look good. And you overinflated the price of the school. The money he called for can build a whole apartment complex. He used it to build some shanty schools and some, olden days toilets. Now, you have somebody called Scott Iguma on Instagram, right? He has been calling out the local government chairman. He has gone to audit them, right? He has gone to confront them, not protest, to confront them, like one-on-one, with due process, arranged meeting and everything. He documented his processes. He's teaching Nigerians how to fish, right? He's not giving them fish and telling them to praise him like Very Dark Man. He's teaching them how to fish so that they can replicate it. Because at the end of the day, is that not what the Very Dark Man followers do? They replicate what he does. So I believe if he teaches them how to fish, they will go to their local government chairman and start confronting them, start auditing them, because they see him as an example. But it has never been about them. It has always been about him. Now, Nigerians are under Scott Iguma's Instagram comments, insulting Scott Iguma. Why are they insulting Scott Iguma? Because Scott Iguma is doing it the right way. Scott Iguma is not feeding on their emotions, wasting their time and giving them fish instead of teaching them how to fish. These are the youths. These are the Nigerians that want to change Nigeria for better. These people are worse than APC, right? Because if you look at the NDC case also, that the owner of I've forgotten his name, he said that he wants his party to be like AAC, and that infuriated these miscreants that claim that they want to change Nigeria for better. They just want to make noise. They don't want to do any work. They don't want to do any due process. They don't want to do the right thing. All they want to do is go on the streets, making noise like miscreants, wasting everybody's time with no organization, no plan whatsoever. If you were actually organized, you would be a threat to the government. But the government knows that you are miscreants that just want to make noise and don't want to do any work. That is why they are even letting you protest however you want, because you are headless chickens. It's just the story of the one-eyed man leading the blind. If he said they should go right, they will go right. They don't question him. I don't rate them, because they know how to pretend like if you hear their speeches, you would think that these people, they really want to change Nigeria. But when you look at their actions, they are no better than APC. They are even worse. I'm telling you. Aisha Yesufu was, you came to a party. People spent their blood, their sweat, their time, their years building that party. You came there and you said that, they should give you a position. Were the people that were in that party, were they goats? Are they animals? The people that invested, put all the time and work in that party before you came, are they fools? They gave you a lower position. You are acting like you've already won the election. And you say, no, you are not going to collect that position. That woman, that Aisha Yesufu, has never held any position before, but Nigerians are fighting for her. But when it's time for Showore, suddenly they'll start saying you should start from local government chairman. Nigerians want to choose their God. They want to choose their God. So, Very Dark Man, 100. Nigerians, 0. As usual. They will continue to lose because they cannot stop being fed eye service. They love eye service. They love eye service, die. If you give them small bread like this, they will start calling you God. It remains small for them to start bowing down for you because they have no standards when it comes to leadership. No standards whatsoever. The barest minimum is what they are willing to accept. And then they keep questioning, oh, why are all these things bad? Why are all these bad things happening to us? If you look down at it, why are all these bad things happening? Because that is what you want. That is what you set up your life for. That is what you pushed for. This is a typical example, but they will insult me, just like they are insulting the Scotty Guma that is doing the right thing. People they are supposed to learn from, they insult. People that are miscreants and leading them astray, they follow and they praise. That is who they clap for. They are not getting free anytime soon. The best that they will the best that will happen to them is that they will celebrate road construction till 2040 because they are not ready and they are not serious. Just forget my generation. I'm not saying they cannot change, but as this trajectory is right now, they are very unserious. They still think that they are children, even though some of them have more beards than me. They still think and act and behave like they are children, which is very, very unfortunate. Most of them should be carrying every single little dime that they have, and they should be investing in Nigeria because it is like a company that you have shares in. If you have shares in a company, you don't want that company to fail. If you have invested your money in that country, even if it's just 1 million naira, right? You will actually be interested in your community. You will know who your local government chairman is. You will know how much they are giving him. You will know what your local government chairman is responsible for. But they don't want to, everybody just want to run away.
All right. Thank you, Sully, for that. This is what I tell people who are activists, and there are several groups. So if you look at one movement that succeeded in the world that we know of, like the civil rights movements in America, there were different groups that actually fought. And sometimes they fought each other. They blame each other for why they failed. So you have the Nation of Islam, for instance. You have Malcolm X. You had Martin Luther King leading his group. You have the Black Panther. There were so many, more than 20 different groups that were pushing, and they have different philosophies. Some of them people know that they maybe were set up by the FBI, or some of them were, you may say they were not genuine, but they were all in the same environment, fighting the same thing, pushing the same agenda. And if you believe, those that believe in the words in the Bible, that the ones that are genuine will eventually show that they are, the ones that are not will. And I say to people, if you are fighting for something, continue to fight for it. Okay, there will be other people who will have their different viewpoints. Keep fighting on your own part. Eventually, it will be settled. It will take time, and they may be like distraction, but they will give you the approach. Will be, for me, if I'm fighting, if I'm an activist, I'll be thinking this person is not doing it right. Then that will be an incentive for me to do it right, so that more people will come to me. Okay, if eventually I'm doing it right. So I hear you, Sully, and the very dark man. I don't know him. I'm trying to get him on this platform to come, and so that we can talk to him. I don't know the in and out of his oppression, but I know that I was worried about what happened to the video, and I wrote an article about that. The video of him being used by Bayo Nanoga. Bayo made a mess of that story. This is the column I wrote that came out today on in the paper where I write. Where is it? About the whole thing that happened. This is the column. Let me add it to the stage. So Bayo was a former journalist before he became a spokesperson, I think. But he jumped into conclusion once he saw that on his social media post, the video. He didn't check whether Very Dark Man actually made that video. He ran and said that he is going to be dealt with the full weight of the law in Nigeria, which I found it preposterous that the former journalist will not say, did he actually do this? And the newspapers in Nigeria all jumped in and put in Bayo. Bayo is saying that Very Dark Man will be dealt with when he comes back to the country. So to me, the bigger issue was really about process. there is no reason why a spokesperson for the president will run out and put out a tweet saying that somebody will be dealt with for something that he did not confirm that the person did. And then for the newspapers to jump in and start the same thing. So I don't know the intention of Very Dark Man. And when he came, I knew that he was saying he was going to come back and that he will be arrested when he comes back to the country. Obviously, he wasn't arrested. And then I saw that he was protesting with people on the street. I have not followed to know the actual intention. I thought he was part of the protests for June 12th, insecurity and everything. But I had him chanting that Tinubu must go, Tinubu must go. So, but in general, my point is, just back to you, Sully, my point is that I don't know what the intention, his ultimate intention is, but I think that every group that is pointing out, just like what we're doing here, there are so many platforms out there. They're all talking about Nigeria. And I think I encourage everybody, any group that is out there talking about Nigeria, trying to bring attention of the world, essentially, to what is happening in Nigeria. I think it's a good thing. At the end, we'll see which ones are genuine, which ones are not. So that's just my take on that, unless you have something else to add.
I do have something else to add.
Okay, but before you do that, let me just play this so that for people who may know.
So there's
hold on.
There's a reason why I picked this period to make sure, say, I inform everybody that they should not let Tinubu come back. Don't say I know the CVT they do since this year, but this is the best time. As the campaign they hot, they go hotter. You are not going to give people 5,000 naira again and bag of rice. No, now. Who will not let you people do that? I'll use my platform to speak. My platform is good, it's strong. I will speak, I will open their eyes to see that no. Because if Boko Haram come, you cannot put, if you put bag of rice like this, if Boko Haram shoots the rice, it go past. And they don't use rice pay hospital bill just in case you don't buy. Boko Haram never ever carry people. Kidnappers never ever carry people enter bush. May they request rice.
Okay.
So this is the message that the Venus wants to send to me after his release. He said, "Boss, good evening from here. They have granted me bail. I am home now. Thank you very much. I am grateful. Boss, these people forcefully took your number from me and asked me not to tell you. They arrest me, but now your matter them just they ask me."
All right, let's stop there. Go ahead, Sully.
So you see the difference between, and I'll bring this again, your generation and my generation is that you are willing to let questionable characters slide. And I'll give an example. Tinubu fought for democracy for this country, right? Exactly. So we let him slide. He had a questionable background. We let it slide.
How did we let him slide? Hold on, how did we?
Because nobody continued to go after him. Nobody did,
the media, hold on. The media, I'll give you an example. People's Gazette. Samuel Ogundibe is the publisher and the editor. They are still pursuing his cases in America. The same thing with David Hunde and other, even Sahara reporters. They are still on that. The fact that something is difficult, there are some stories that will take a long time. And it's not about the stories, it's also about the reaction of the people. The point is that for the media, their job is to put out the information. What you do with that, it's not their own, it's not their role. So for instance, when the Senate talked about what is happening at the NNPC or what happened there, it's not for the media to make Nigerians to say that this is enough to shut down the country. It's not the job of the media. If the Nigerian people will hear that trillions of naira was stolen from their own account and do nothing, the media, they did their own job. So what you know about Tinubu, it was done by the media, expose that. It's not the job of the media to say that, oh, you guys should not let him govern you because of this. It's up to you. Go ahead.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to talk about. I'm not talking specifically about the media, but you have a bunch of people that will continue to let someone who is questionable slide just because they did small eye service for them. Like I said, the person gives them bread and they start to call him God, right? He came in, he fought for democracy. And if you look at his supporters, they all use that as the front for their defense, why they continue to support him. They refused to look at his questionable character, and he was able to accrue on that, able to build up on that till he became Nigeria's president. What I'm trying to say is, this is another replica, right? The people choose to let his questionable movements, characters, behavior slide just because he's doing eye service. And the eye service is not even for their own benefit. That's even the worst part. At least we got democracy. What has this guy given us apart from taking and taking from the poor people? So that is why I say that this kind of people, they are even worse. They are worse than APC. And you don't see it now because Nigerians always wait till the fire has burnt the house before they now start regretting. And you know, look at our history. I don't need to be explaining this. This is a continuous movement of doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. You say you want to remove Tinubu, but who do you plan to put there? And all the people that you called Malcolm X and all these people were assassinated because they were organized. They were a threat just because they were organized. Do these people seem organized? They don't even have an end goal. If you ask them their end goal, they will say, once we cross that bridge, we figure out what to do. What? You know, if you are giving somebody loan, right, and it's your own money, will you give questionable characters your money? No. But when it is time to support an opponent, you know, to lead you, anybody can lead you as long as they've done eye service for you. What is the difference between the eye service that politicians do and the eye service that this guy is doing? You know, so.
All right, I hear you. Thank you, Sully. Let's go to Victory. Victory, we are opening up the conversation. You can weigh in anywhere you want to. I will also play a video after you of what happened in the Senate between Oshomole and we tie it all together in the Nigerian story. Go ahead, Victory.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. Good evening, everyone. I actually came in because of the state police that you guys were discussing. I think for me, Rudolph, can you imagine what would have happened if we had state police and Tinubu tried to impose state of emergency in Rivers State? Right? So the governor would have gave a counter order that, listen, you guys go there and don't take order from anyone that's coming there. Right? And this is what that Tinubu guy is trying to weigh up. And I can tell you for a fact that most of the governors that defected to APC would not have done that. Right? Because whoever controls that arms, yeah, has a lot to say. And sometimes when I really reflect, now I actually remember, sometimes when I sit down and I reflect, I say, okay, now I can see why my dad had guns then, because human being, if you're telling them nicely, oh, please move aside, if they don't want to do that, you have to force them, and you need that arms to be able to force them to do what you want them to do for you. So, like I said, definitely the country is overdue for state police, not just state police, I'm talking about police to the local government area, local government. So imagine every local government having their own police force being backed up by the state police. All this whole insecurity issue, there's no way we're going to have it. I know we'll talk about abuse of the police is going to abuse their power, but like here in the UK now, you have the, I think they call it independent police complaint. If anything happens, immediately the police refer themselves to that body that will take that case and investigate to find out what happened, and they will come up with a recommendation. So there are ways around this whole thing to work around this. And I'm talking about a police that is fully armed, not police that you will not fund. And every state can afford this because people will be willing to pay taxes to ensure that they are secure, they can move about doing their business and live their life peacefully. Because any country that you don't have a night economy is as good as dead. Because if people can move anytime during the day, you can travel at night time when there's less traffic. I mean, securing the country has, I don't even know how I will explain it. It's so critical to everything that we do.
There are people that don't want to go back to Nigeria because of the security issues. You know how much we're losing in tourism? You know? So I think the state police is well overdue, and we should be talking on how we can have a local government police as well that is well funded and can stop all this issue that we're having with security in Nigeria. But my main thing is that we'll have to try something like you said previously, and let's see how that goes. If it doesn't work, we can always tweak it. But the fundamental thing is that Tinubu is playing politics with all these things. Remember when he said that, oh, I've spoken to my EU partner and American partner, and I showed that I'm going to have state police. Can you imagine? Why do you need to speak to your EU partner or the Americans for you to know that you need to have state police? So we as the people we're just jokers, and the only way for you to enforce anything, you need that force of gun. Like you need that barrier to tell people, listen, if you move, I will move you. That's the only thing human being will finally understand that. Listen, if I go closer, I'll be dead. And I'm going to end on this. Right now, when we're renovating our family house, Rudolph, I'm telling you that they've broken into that place 4 times to take things from the property, from the house, or like cables, all manner of stuff. And now we've employed 2 security guards that will be staying there permanently. So the issue of security is massive, you know, across Nigeria. So I think like I said, we have to try something, and then we can always keep tweaking it and ensuring that it works for us. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right. Thank you so much, Femi, Victory, sorry, for that. So yeah, I like what you brought up, the issue of what might happen when there is state police, or if we have state police. It will be quite interesting, and it will get to the local police, and but in all, I still believe that if you look at it in all, it is going to be better for especially when state police will be people from that state. I wanted to play a video of when you said, if you move, I shoot you. I wanted to play a video of this vigilante group. I think it's the forest guard in I think one state in the southwest, where they arrested these Fulani people, 2 Fulani people, and insisted that they should keep them there, and if they move, there will be a lot of things like that will be scary, where you have people profiled because of who they are. Profiled and threatened and things like that. But we will learn from that. Everybody will learn from that, and we are going to maybe get a better understanding of how things should work in a society. Let me play that. I found it now. Oh, I forgot that we don't play automatically. Sorry, guys. So we just put it in.
Petition their commandant, then we send copy to you. Area commandant. I will cut the full name. And the map parade
You are not talking here. You will talk when you get to the I'm not talking here. Now move a knee. Shoot them. If you move a knee.
Yeah, I was horrified by that. If they move an inch, shoot him. But this is exactly what we are going to deal with when we have state police. Just imagine those guys now in uniform with the power of the state government behind them. So, but we learn. Most societies, other societies that succeeded, they dealt with that.
Dr. Damaji, stop imagining them. They are the first recruit. Now, then will be the first recruit of the state police. They know what recruit me and you. Now, then get experience on ground.
No, it may not be. It may not be. It may not be. It depends on
It
state.
is happening already.
No,
It may not be.
Okay. Or a state like Anambra State could decide and say, we want people of this educational the standard.
Of course,
we
officers go there now. Officers go there. Field marshals go there.
No, remember, you have to remember, there are people, a lot of young people who are coming out of school who are not state police are not older people. They are mainly young, especially anyway. But you can't just generalize. There could be. I'm expecting that at least at the state level, they will look professional. They will be trained, and so. But the point is that things will happen. Things will happen, but we will learn from it, and it's going to grow. And there will be another level of security. And there will be people who are based on those states, who are from those states. They have more at stake. Most of these police we have now, you can have somebody from Lagos State posted to Zamfara. I mean, to some extent, he just wants to go retire and go home to his family. He's not really thinking about, I have a stake in this place. I have to make sure this place is protected. So it's a good transformation.
There's a good and bad side to it, yeah.
So when we talk about this, it's not just a bad. I think it's something that is good, that is going to hopefully help us. All right,
Mr. Rudolph.
Yeah, go ahead.
We are assuming that if the indigents of a locality is in control of the police force, it will control crime. Is that the assumption?
Well, yeah, it helps. Good. Not that it's the solution, but it helps.
I want to repeat an example. I think I've cited on this platform sometime ago. When I was in Benin City, Lawrence Anini was disturbing the state. Anini and his gang, Mondo Sunbo, Philip Belowa, John Bolaunwa, and others. Now, it got to a point whereby the state could no longer handle them. That's the state police. Sorry, the federal police in the state. Now, they brought somebody from Lagos. They call Pari Osayante, a native of the city. The guy came and was able to work out the modalities to bring the situation under control. Having done that, it was discovered that George Iyamo, also a native of the state, native of Benin City, was conniving with the boys to cross problems. You get what I mean? Now, if you form a state police, and somebody like George Iyamo is no longer under the control of the federal government, it's now under the control of the state, it will be mayhem because there will be no federal authority to call him to order. The problem actually is not a question of state police. What I think is this: the sponsors of crime, terrorism in Nigeria, up till now, none of them have been brought to book. If you create state police, what is the guarantee that the sponsors of terrorism or crime will be brought to book by the state police?
Okay, so James, let me stop you here because the solution is actually here, is there. So in New York, any of the states in America.
No, we are not Americans.
No, it's the same. It's the same everywhere. Where you have different tiers. No. I don't have any other example. I don't know what's happening in Gambia, but let me tell you how it should work. Okay, I don't know how it is in the Gambia. Let me tell you how it should work in Nigeria. And
this is how we abandoned. I'm sorry for interrupting you. This is how we abandoned parliamentary system. We brought the presidential system with all the sweet grammar. See where it has landed us.
Okay, but let's look at this issue of state police. How you can work.
Okay.
So just listen.
Sorry, Mr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
Let me also join this discussion because I really feel it's like, so maybe what we need to do, maybe Mr. James has an idea. Maybe he should put his idea first on the table and see how different, how far away it is from what is. When he was talking, I felt he wanted to give a way forward.
Well, I thought we have the. He's supporting what we have now. Is it not, James? You are saying that.
I'm not supporting it. I'm supporting the federal police. The federal police should be reinforced. That police that was able to curb armed robbery during Yakubu Gowon's time. Yakubu Gowon signed the Armed Robbery and Firearms Decree. that curtailed the menace of armed robbery in the country. That police that was able to work out the modalities to arrest Amini, there's nothing wrong with the federal police. The problem is the sponsors of terrorism, the sponsors of crime in the country, they are above the law. In a country where people are above the law, I mean, crime will surely, what's it called? Crime will multiply. This is how I see it. There's nothing wrong with the federal police. Look, the federal policemen, where were they drawn from? They were drawn from the Nigerian society. A rotting society cannot produce a clean police force. If you now bring state police, let's say from Edo State or Bender State, if the society is rotting, you are still going to employ those rotting men to constitute the state police force. The Nigerian society should be cleansed. We should enforce our laws, and the laws should be enforced. The judiciary should be disciplined. That is the root cause of the matter. It's not the question of state police or community police.
Okay, so
can I come in here?
Hold on. This is a debate we should have as we go along, because I think this is moving, it's going to move, it's going to happen. But let me just reassure you, the structure here is such that, and it will be the same thing in Nigeria. Maybe you're not seeing it now, because this will happen. The federal police will be superior to the state police. So like here in New York, okay, New York police is corrupt. It's the same thing everywhere in the world. There are people who are corrupt in the police force. So what happens is that if there is corruption or if there is allegation of things that are not done properly, the state police will come in to investigate, or the federal police. So if the FBI comes into New York City Police Department, they panic. They have to turn in everything to them, and they will investigate. And sometimes they take over the the city police. So the federal police will still be there. And I'm sure, just like the Amotekun, is under the federal police, it's that structure that they are going to put in place. I've not seen it, but I'm sure it's what they are going to do, because there has to be hierarchy. There has to be order. So you're not going to have a state police down that will be superior to the federal police. It wouldn't happen. It wouldn't work.
We have HISBA. How effective are they? We have a Montecon. We have Neighborhood Watch and others in the country. How effective are they? What is the guarantee that if they are under federal police, the federal government will not use the federal police to control them? If you are saying that they should control, the federal police should be in charge of federal crimes, that is a different matter. But if armed robbery, for example, is a state crime, the federal police will have nothing to do with it. The corruption is still there. It's just like, although I support, let me not go too far.
All right. One last thing I would say that, when there's a new idea, we can bring up 1001 reason why it will fail. But what we actually need is one reason why it will succeed. And I think we are going to eventually move to that direction when this is, if it's implemented. And just one reason, I will tell you one reason. And that one reason is that once law enforcement, they have, I think it was Mascot that said that, once the governors don't have any excuse anymore, because the excuse they have now is that we are just chief security officers by mouth. We don't have police officers or commissioners that we control, because they don't control them. There are instances where a governor will call a commissioner of police and you ignore them, that I got all that from above. There is no more above. The governor is now the above. So they don't have any other excuse why they cannot enforce, make sure that it's rule of law in their states. So it's to do a transformation. What we need to think is one way this will work, not all the ways that it will fail. There are many ways it will fail. Yeah, of course. I think because we acknowledge that what we have now is not working, we have to think of how will the new thing, if we put in a new thing, how will it work? And I think it will make a change. I don't know. I hope Nigerian factor will not be too much that it will fail. But even if it fails, it won't fail everywhere. And that's another good thing about it. Just like we're talking about true federalism. If it doesn't fail everywhere, it may fail in Zamfara, it may fail in Anambra, but it may not fail in Ondo State. And that would be a model for other people to look into and say, okay, this is working for Ondo people. They're able to secure their forests. They're able to make sure that there's peace in their society, and other people will learn from it. But we're not going to say what we're using, what we're dealing with now is not working, and we're going to continue to do that, and it won't take us anywhere. That's my take. Anyway, let me.
I just support this your last argument. I know that in Lagos, even though most people don't like to hear anything Lagos because by association they think you are talking about Tinubu. But what I know, I was in Lagos when we will all be driving around dead bodies and go to our houses. But what the Lagos state government did was they didn't set up their own police because the law does not allow it, but they did some small workarounds like a rapid response. So the state government would select a couple of teams, fund them, give them motorbikes, make sure what the federal government is not doing sufficiently, they do it. And today, if you go to Lagos, the crime rate in Lagos is I think is the lowest state in terms of crime rate. And I know when I was in Lagos, Lagos was like the worst place. I have a friend who had to resign his job because when he was transferred to Kano to Lagos, the house he got 1 week after armed robbers came. So he abandoned the house after paying rent, go to another place. 2 weeks after armed robbers came, he left the house, go to another house. When they came the third time, he came into the office and wrote his resignation letter and revert back to Kano. That was how bad Lagos was. You would be in an estate, armed robbers will come in and be robbing from house to house. But now I'm sure things are a bit different. And it's simply because the state governor took responsibility. He didn't set up his own police. But the point I'm making that I'm trying to support that you made, it may not succeed everywhere, but I'm sure that some serious-minded governors will take advantage of this and make an example that other people will follow.
All right, thank you, Maska. I'll come to Ovi. I'll come to you, but not immediately. Let me go to Dexter. But let me just point out that the electricity reform, or I don't know if it's an amendment that was done by Buhari, where they removed it from the exclusive list. Some state governments are taking advantage of that. Some are not. Eventually, if you go back 10 years from now, you find out that maybe Abia, it will work in Abia, and other states are still thinking of what to do. And other, we have to experiment. That's and allow people to try things out in different places. Otherwise we all collapse in the same big structure that we have now. All right, Dexter, I will bring you in. You weigh in, and then we are talking about many things now. So you can go from the state policing. I think we should have a special show on this state police, especially if they start discussing it at the Senate level. We should have a special show on the state police and look at all the ramifications. It's one of those things that people have been begging the government to do for many years now in Nigeria. But now that it's happening, I think we should pay attention to what it might lead to. Dexter, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody in the panel, and everybody that will be contributing. And thank you once again for giving us an opportunity to have our say. I think we are fond of putting the cat before the horse sometimes. It's good to have state police, whatever it is, My own concern is really, we tend to just adopt things instead of creating our own solutions. I think the state police idea, I think it's kind of a ruptured thing, because whoever controls the economy, like if you're chasing crime, they say follow the money. When you're trying to track crime, follow the money. State police will only really become something viable when the states are economically independent. That's the way I see it. State police will become something that we can reckon with when states own their economic independence. If states don't own their economic independence, if they still go hand in cap to Abuja to get money, then they are not independent. Because the person that pays the piper calls the tune. And I think that is where it's just a little bit convoluted for me. It's a nice, it's a romantic idea, romanticization of one of the things we have in Nigeria is that we just keep doing these elaborate things like it's going to fix it. It ain't going to fix it. It's not going to fix anything. The layer of corruption we have, the layer of this is bad. And except we go down to the ground, and the thing what Nigeria needs is not, we don't need this handicaps idea. We have to move away from it as Africans. Because one, it breeds entitlement where Africans feel like you are entitled to anything. If something good starts coming out from somewhere, you start feeling you're entitled to it. Because we don't actually go down to be creative, to be productive in anything and build it up. This whole idea of state police, how are you going to marry it out when some states get bigger money than another one? And then some states have a larger land mass. So they will need more people to police it. A typical example, Bayelsa State consider the land mass, Oyo State consider the land mass. Bayelsa State gets far much more money than Oyo State. So, and then you cannot tell me that Bayelsa State shouldn't get the money they're getting, because of course many of the resources are getting, they are generating, they have oil wells, the way government is getting money. So the way we are trying to solve the problem, I think we are not just being holistic in Nigeria, because when people get into the presidency, there's so much power, there's so much money, you don't want to actually do the right thing. If we want to do the state police, look, when we had state police back in Nigeria, the people had, the regions had their autonomy. They had the economic power. You can't be saying state police, the demand that is paying the state police is from Abuja. Think about it. The money to pay the state police is still people going to Abuja to get money. It doesn't add up for me. It doesn't cut it. If we want to be honest with ourselves, we have to do something that solves Nigeria's problem completely. Look, states should become economically viable. They should own their own economic freedom. Then they can do what they want. They can, because who budgets it? The state governor will budget for state police and then go submit it to Abuja to pay. So okay, a state inflates his own money. He inflates it because I need more money. We're going to start running into issues.
Hold on. We are going to really have a debate on this. What you're saying now, there's loopholes. So give an example. The state government, they employ people in different areas. They don't go to the federal government and say, give me money for this. They get the same money they are getting. You decide how you want to use your money. I don't think the federal government is telling them how to pay civil servants in their state. There are states that are paying 70,000, some are paying 30,000 a month. What you're saying is, I understand what you're saying in terms of financial, but I think what will happen, just like the electricity, what they did there, not all states jumped in to say we are going to start our own power generation structure. They didn't. They are studying it. It's taking them time. The same thing with the state police. If you decide that you have the money, you go and invest. You go and invest it. You recruit people. You may recruit 1,000 first, 50 first.
Well, Dr. Damage, what you have said, you made a very perfect example now. For the electricity reform that I'm talking about, are you aware that it's only states where they were chasing independence, they were chasing electricity independence? It's only those states that actually can tap into this thing. Abia states, those are the only states that can tap into it. Abia states can only tap in primarily because geometric is private. You have Lagos states, you have Port Harcourt, River State, because all the built gas turbines there. Then you have Akwa Ibom states because what is his name? So it's only people that were chasing their economic electricity independence. And so we're going back to the same thing. If those states were not chasing, like we are talking about Abia State today, if Abia State was not chasing, if you didn't have geometric that was chasing electricity independence, whether they pass that law or not, it will just be rubbish. It will be rubbish because the people don't have the capacity for it. And it's not now whereby the money doesn't have any value. So the way I see it is my concern is when you look at the model of how the Western world has developed, we should not just take it from the high level. We should go down to the foundations, the fundamentals of how they develop. And then we should not just, because what we tend to do, we just want to copy what we see as successful at the high level and imprint it on our system. And it doesn't work. We need to look at the fabric of their foundation and now look at what is it that we have as our own. What do we have? Example, most of all the independent power generations that we have in Nigeria are all thermal thermal plants, basically gas turbines and all that. Why? Exactly why? You don't even need to have dams, so much dams anymore. Nigeria should be tapping into tidal energy right now. You have the River Niger that is running at more than 10,000 miles per hour. The point I'm trying to make, Dr. Damage, is I just think that as Africans, what we need to start doing, because I'm looking at it in the global scale. How are we going to make progress? Let's not just solving our problem for now. We need to be able to sit down and create a blueprint of how we are going to progress in policing, in the economy, and it must come with. It's not this regimented system of you give somebody something, oh, I just give it to you. We should stop that. Give him, I give this. No, the people must have their autonomy. They must have the liberalization so they can think to solve their problems. And when you allow the people think to solve their problems, they tend to think for a holistic solution, not just it's not because of insecurity. And look at where we are going to layer the state police on. Look at how bad the situation is. You have someone like Wike who is rogue. Then you now layer state police on top of that kind of person. What do we see? What will come out of it? What will come out of it? I'm not against state police, but I think the way we want to live, it's like Obasanjo said, we don't reinforce failure. We can't layer this thing on top of what we have now. It will just become a disaster. We have been layering things on top of false foundation for years. It's not getting better. I'm not against state police, but I think we want to layer it now. It's very wrong, and it will just lead to a disaster. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dexter. We can't exhaust this topic today. I want us to deviate a little bit. Sully, you want to say something? Hold on. I want to play a video to move us in a different direction. There's something that is very important that I think we should be thinking about. Let me play that.
This committee must have the courage, the will to deploy its powers as enunciated in the Nigerian Constitution and issue warrant, not tomorrow, today, and bring Maria Carey, even dead or alive, in law. They will call habeas corpus. Even if he's dead, we want to see the body. And he will account. As you say, here lies a man who died without accounting for his alleged crime that rose into trillions of naira. We are not talking of billions of naira. At the time when the country is borrowing money, we have huge sums of money that have not been accounted for. There are serious issues not raised by laymen, raised by competent auditors. And the man is joking. Where did he have the money to pay for his medical bill in Germany? Those who are dying here, what happens to them? So I think that it is not for us to try to amend the rules that we have already agreed on. Having failed repeatedly, a serious failure, we cannot condone it. And number two, sir, you are a corporate man, we all have our backgrounds. Mario Kari cannot be represented by a person. He's no longer a managing director. And his responsibility is to account for his actions as MD. He cannot be represented in that capacity. And so to tolerate it is for us to be collectively guilty, individually and collectively, of not having the will. And in fact, it's about will.
It goes without saying that the former CEO of NNPCL has no regard and respect for this committee. It also goes without saying that he has no defense on the allegation leveled against him over corruption while in office. Therefore, waiting for the CEO of NNPCL again will amount to what we call in law wide guild chairs, and I will be part of that. I thereby second the motion, using our powers as given to us by the Constitution, to order for the arrest of Mr. Kyari, the former CEO of NNPCL. I so second. Thank you.
Okay, those in support of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Okay. We hereby rule now
that anywhere Mele Kyari, the former GMD of NNPC, be brought to the committee, should be arrested and be brought before the committee immediately.
The committee shall purport to issue, authorize, or execute a warrant of arrest, authorize or execute a warrant of arrest, except in strict compliance with the provisions of the Legislative House's Powers and Privileges Act, and with the approval and authority of the President of the Senate. 3, dissociate the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria from comments attributed to distinguished Senator Adams Aliyu Oshiomhole, describing NNPC, among other statements, as a bunch of criminals and thieves, and clarify that such remarks do not constitute the official position, finding, resolution, opinion, or determination of the Senate. Would discountenance the purported warrant of arrest issued by the Public Accounts Committee on Wednesday, the 10th day of June 2026. I so submit.
Now, my choice of words, even in matters of murder, if you can establish that you acted under extreme provocation, the court will take a second view. This Senate, under your leadership, was being attacked. Our collective integrity was called into question. You were accused of nominating your children to work in NNPC. And here we're asking questions about 210. But what I want every member of the House to hear is that 2 issues. But NNPC claim over 107 million was in banks that have been liquidated. Without listing the name of the banks. Second, that about 103 trillion naira was by drivers and tankers that carry product of NNPC and they cannot account for it. Sir, I have a duty to the Nigerian nation first, and may God punish me anytime I knowingly allow my responsibility to be compromised by people who think they have money. That is why I said, among other things, that the laws of the Senate will be meaningful when we use it to deal with people who have money, who are lions, not when we harass innocent, poor civil servants. I said so. Now, with regards to my use of the word thieves, I acted under provocation because your distinguished members were being attacked unjustly, and I thought I have a duty to defend all of us. Under extreme provocation that a man who cannot account for 107 trillion he claimed I deposited in various banks that have gone into liquidation. He did not name the banks. He did not name the amount. And the auditor said this is not correct. Not my opinion. That is the auditors. 9 times on your authority, we invited them. 9 times he did not show up. So is that an embarrassment to me or to you?
All right, welcome back, everybody. What we are hearing from the Senate, what that video I played is they're talking about 210 trillion naira missing, about $154 billion. They could not account for it. They could not explain what they did with the money. It wasn't clear to their own auditors. No, these are external auditors, their own people. And they brought the issue up. and the committee decided that they should bring the man to come and explain. The man said, I'm sick, I'm in Germany, and there's nothing you can do. This is like the 10th time they've been asking the man to come and explain. It's very common with the NNPC. From the beginning of NNPC, I mean, every government is the same story. This should be where the Nigerian people will be losing their mind and saying that it's not acceptable. But it's left for us to talk about it for this week, and tomorrow we move on. Life continues. I don't understand. Let me bring in people who are yet to say something recently. Jagun, I'll bring you in. Tony, I'll bring you in. And I'll ask Master as someone who is in Nigeria. And I don't know if this is happening. Let's say $154 billion is more than our budget for the last 3 years, maybe, or more. And we can account for it under one man. And it's okay. The country wants to move on. The Senate minority leader is saying that, we can't use the laws, we can't enforce, we can't force the man to come and explain to us. It's unbelievable. Jagan?
Wow. Just as you said, man, when it comes to NNPC, now NNPCL, they are the helm of the corruption. They and the government themselves are in competition as to who has stolen the most money from Nigeria. The number that you talk about in both naira and dollar terms is just disgusting. And then we have to figure out that this has happened over the last 60 years on a yearly basis. Similar numbers, less numbers, but similar numbers. So if we talk about the money alone and what that money could have done for Nigeria, and with all the things that you spoke about, and I believe Dexter was correct in saying that you can't do certain things in Nigeria looking at one thing after the other. The whole system is broken. The whole system is corrupt. So a holistic view of how you correct it is extremely necessary. Now, I say that not saying that it's going to be easy, but I say that the country and the country people have to assume, all of us have to assume a completely different level of how we interact amongst ourselves. Now, I've done quite a lot of business in the past with an NPC, and I've spoken on this show before. That I remember their offices in Victoria, in London, and I remember when they moved from Victoria to Barons Court. It was a strange move from being right in the centre of town to being a nice, secluded part of West London. But both times, we have quite lovely offices. When I went into Barons Court, the outside of the office is beautiful. As you enter the office, it's dark. All the curtains are drawn, the lights are on during the day. And you're moving up, I think there are about 8 floors in that office. And the shambles in which a company called NNPC, that the shambles that their office was in, not a good look. And then you can see clearly that deals are being done in such a way that, what I brought to the table was a legitimate deal, hardcore deal. And, I felt a lot of promise with what I brought to the table. However, before I walked out of there, I said, it's not them I'm going to deal with. I'm not going to deal with them, man. I just couldn't. Because you don't deal with an NPC without entering into secrecy, entering into corruption. I don't know how else to put it. Now, we all know the oil industry is very corrupt. But having said that, I mean, globally, but having said that, deals have been done where the deal just happens. I mean, it's a deal between two individual parties, to transact oil or gas, whatever kind of oil, be it crude, be it a refined oil. You deal with that proposition in front of you. What I found when dealing with NNPC, unless you're willing to get involved in a lot of scribble, where you'll be talking the things that don't need to be spoken about, but they need to be spoken about based on the fact that people want to steal. So you have to engage them on that level. You know, these things don't surprise me, but they still shock me. And that, you know, the oil industry being the breadbasket of our country for the last 50 years, if not more, the way we handle that, I find it so terrible. So terrible. I tell you this again about the oil industry. Do you know that we have no idea? We have no idea of how much oil is under our ground. We are told by foreigners. We are not told by Nigeria and the Nigerian state that this is the amount of oil. I've worked with certain Americans who have told me that Nigeria has the most oil in the world. Now, I don't know whether to believe them or not. I don't know. But I believe it's more than the 200 million barrels a day that we are drilling on and offshore. So what it speaks about, you see, that person, if the money that has no accounting for, has truly gone, and he is truly responsible, then what you have to understand is that they didn't even do any deals. It was the money that was in the account that somebody just went and grabbed, which to me, you know, is completely unnecessary. If you're dealing with oil, you're dealing with hardcore currency, man. So, if you're involved in a position there, not to do a deal or not to practice some kind of you're stealing money, and then just to go and steal money hand over fist. It says the kind of people that we are. Because,
right.
you know, whilst we may always like to say that, I don't behave in that way, the fact of the matter is, many of our people do behave in that way. And if we're given half a chance, any kind of opportunity to steal from our coffers, we will do it. And when I say we, I don't mean everybody on the platform. I mean, you can't trust. The fact of the matter is, you can't trust anyone in that position. You can't trust me. You can't trust the next man, because you're there where billions are being made every single day. And the way Nigerians behave when it comes to billions, they can't control their emotion. it's all I could say. So that's what I have to say about the matter.
All right. Thank you so much, Jagan. Tony will weigh in, but before he does, let me just announce. He didn't tell me to announce this, but Tony has a new book that is just published. Tony, this is the book on Amazon. How do you pronounce this?
Tetelestai.
Oh God, that's a wonderful title. Finished, faithful, and forever. So we will invite Tony here in a few weeks to come and tell us about this book, and we will get a chance to ask some questions on the content of the book. I will also get a copy. I've ordered one, so that we have an idea what the book is about and be able to talk to him about that. So Tony, congratulations on that. You know, it's a dream of a lot of people to write books, but not a lot of people will finish what they started. So you've already done a wonderful job finishing it. So congrats. All right. So NNPC and the money missing. What is your take on that?
Thank you so much. I didn't know you're going to do this, Doctor. Thank you so much. I'm grateful. When it's time, we'll talk about the book. Anyway, for NMPC, I think it just limiting it to just NMPC for me is just an understatement. Now, I'm not talking about you, but the petroleum industry, both the downstream and the upstream industry, have been a cesspool of corruption. Where do you start from? Okay, let us start from Tam David West. We had issues as the Minister for Petroleum. If you look at some of our petroleum ministers, some are facing charges, some in the UK, some can't step foot in Nigeria. We had the oil windfall. There were issues with what happened to the money. Sanusi lost his job as governor partly because of some indictment that he made concerning NMPC. Talise Madueke is facing charges. I know a former minister, I'm trying to remember his name, who can't come back to Nigeria because he has a case that is not resolved. You have, I think you also have, some of them have died, Bunu Sharif Musa. You have so many of them, emerged. And recently you have Dangote, fingering somebody, a big guy in NMPCL, and wondering how he got money to pay the kind of school fees he was paying for his kids. So it's been a problem. So I think, and we have not been able to resolve them up till now. If you look at the leakages, I'm sure that how much, if we can compute, is monumental. And that's part of the bleeding that this country is suffering from. As to what is happening today, what the senators are discussing, it's just going to be, it's not going to go anywhere, I can tell you. After all these things Oshomole is doing and so on and so forth, rightly or wrongly, at the end of the day, it's just going to end that way. They're going to meet and somehow they're going to resolve something, maybe sweep it under the carpet, or you won't hear about it again. We can debate it for a week and talk about it. At the end of the day, it comes back to the same old thing that you have seen. We've had foreign companies, Halliburton, and so many of them, playing in that industry. Many other companies today, who are fleecing, making money. Like Jagun have said, we don't even know how much oil we're producing. We don't know how much we're selling. And there have been leakages here and there. So that industry, I don't know how we're going to sort it. The president took it over. The president is minister for petroleum. What has changed? He has, tinkered with a few things, changed leadership and management and so on and so forth. Still the same thing. Buhari was minister for petroleum. What changed? Before, I think Jonathan was. No, Jonathan was.
No, Jonathan was the only president that didn't, and Yaradua, they didn't.
Yes. So, and we haven't seen much, change. You would think that if the president is handling that ministry, maybe the idea is, okay, I hear what is happening here. Let me take charge and see, how I can, turn around that industry. They're owing money, they write it off, they can't explain how much is missing. You hardly will look into their books. But now they're in trouble because even their own auditor is saying there's something here that you have to explain. So I don't know how they're going to address this problem. Maybe they need to do more unbundling of NMPC and its subsidiaries, because it's not just NMPCL. You look at it, so whether it's DPR, whether it's NAPIMS, whether it's if you go down all the subsidiaries, you will be shocked at the monumental corruption that is going on there. That's true. So you need someone who would have courage to deal, maybe take just one of those parastatals, and really deal. You would have a presidential fiat. Because by the time you begin to dig deep, you will find out the people who are involved in these things are so many. By the time you begin to dig, and where are you going to start from? So it's unfortunate that when we look around, you go to Saudi Arabia, you see how the ass is working. You go to Petrobras, you go to Russia. You want to study what is it that is making these institutions work much better. Why is our own always problematic? It's being problematic. ever since. So I don't know how they're what they're going to do, but I think it's going to take someone who is seriously determined to deal with this issue once and for all. Otherwise, by the time we get the figures, people will ever get it, you'll be surprised at how much Nigeria has lost over the years from shady deals, from people institutions not being transparent, and from even the law itself not being able to sanction those who have been complicit in the leakages that you have had over the years. It's going to continue. There's nothing this Senate can do. This Senate is compromised. They can't do anything. I can tell you that. I can swear to that. That it's just an academic exercise that they're doing. At the end of the day, what is going to come out of it?
All right. Thank you.
Can I just add? So sorry. However, I think, especially after what Tony just said, just reminding me of a few things. I don't think that amount of money that we're talking about can go without other people being in the share. And I believe that those people who somehow found out at a time and they were not part of that sharing, those are the people who are raising their voices today, which is why Tony is correct in saying that if this thing is resolved within, you won't hear another thing about it.
All right. Thank you, Jagger.
Yes, sir.
That's actually the formula. Maska, you are in Nigeria, you know about the banking industry in Nigeria. How is it that this kind of money, I mean, when they talk about how do they do this? You're muted, Maska.
Okay, so where I would like to start, this is not really a financial problem as it is. There's this guy, Richard Orty. He's a British economist. He came up with a theory called resource costs. His hypothesis is that if a country suddenly comes into more or less like all this resource blessing, just like Nigeria had in the 60s, chances are that the first thing is what you call Dutch disease, where suddenly everything in that country would begin to revolve around that resource that has been discovered. Every other sector of the country would diminish in importance. Technically speaking, the country will abandon every other means or sector of productivity. It is clearly what has happened to Nigeria. But the real issue is what he calls rent seeking, where instead of productive activities now, almost everybody will just be, it will be more like you have a flat somewhere or a house somewhere. You only put your hand in the pocket. At the month end, you go there to collect rent and go back. This exactly is the issue with Nigeria as a country. So for me, that's the foundation within which I look at the issues. Okay, everybody in this country is almost technically speaking a rent seeker. All these sectors, we've killed it. We all know that. So let me go back to the issue at hand. The same man that is talking, this Adams Oshomaleda, did you see the cap he was wearing? Did you notice the cap?
Mm-hmm.
What does it tell you? It's pot calling kettle black. So in the end, we have found ourselves in a quagmire. Obasanjo started the textbook solution to this resource cost, which is essentially saying that, okay, as a country, whatever this resource is bringing, go and do, I think, what do they call, some people, just do a trust fund. If you look at some countries like Saudi Arabia, but the notable one is, now I think it's Netherlands. Is it Netherlands? No. Norway. Go and see what Norway have done. So technically speaking, that all these things that will come, put it aside. Behave as if you don't have this resource. If you're going to use this resource, use it to regenerate your productive capacity. But what Nigeria, as long as we continue the way we are, this corruption is always going to happen. NNPC will always be a labyrinth. I enter here and nobody will know where I will come out from. Somebody mentioned it. Sanusi had the same issue. If today you go back to NNPC, Jagun said it, it's still going to be, but for me, the foundation is this resource cost. We need to deal with it. We need to go back. When Obasanjo was saving the money, all the governors at some point came back. Immediately Obasanjo left, they all came back and we squandered this money. And today all we're doing is just living the same flamboyant life. So my conclusions is that there's a fundamental problem. We need to look at where is this corruption all coming from? Of course, it comes from petroleum. It comes from petroleum. And if you look at the people who are shouting, somebody like Adam Oshomole, he may have some credibility, but unfortunately he was wearing a Tinubu cap at that point. Okay, so honestly, like, when you follow the stories of Nigeria, it will kill you. Allah, you go no, you'll be in a hospital and like they don't know what's your problem. Because if you look at it, sincerely speaking, do you know the reason why that they can't therefore go and arrest Mele Kyari? Do you know what they said? That only a principal officer of the National Assembly that can do that. Okay, so the question is, okay, so these principals of the, are they all dead now? Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like we're full of contradictions. It's okay, let's say the committee cannot do that. All you have to do is say, okay, come, bring it, let me sign it, so that they can go and arrest this man. No, but we've allowed this now to become another national scandal. But the biggest scandal for me is you can't wear a Tinubu cap. Honestly speaking, you cannot do that and be talking to me about corruption. Sincerely speaking, you just cannot do that. You cannot look, you may support him, but you should not be wearing that cap at the time you are making that statement. Because what are we talking about? It's the same APC, it's the same, anyway, look, I don't like following the stories, but unfortunately, we're all Nigerians. It's very sad. But the real issue for me is that we need to go and look at the fundamentals. We need to look at how we are dealing with our resources. We eat this petroleum, and just like it will last forever. It shouldn't be like that. And it is the root cause of our problem. We need to go back. At least 50% of the money we get from petroleum should be in some account. Let everybody, including the government, begin to suffer that poverty. That is the starting point for us to begin to think. All of us, even we, the people there in the National Assembly, look at the salaries they are collecting. You think they are serious about these things? No, but let them slash their salary to half. All of us will begin to think seriously. All this drama will be gone. We won't know that this thing is happening. They will have arrested him. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph.
All right. Thank you, Maska. Mr. James.
Frankly speaking, I don't know what to say. I remember reading a man, I cannot remember his name. The man in a statement said that ageless decadence and apathy are the cornerstones of revolution. Ageless decadence and apathy are the cornerstones of revolution. This problem did not start today. Fela spent in fact, should I say all his life thinking about the missing 2.8 billion. Mr. Muhammadu Buhari was the Minister of Petroleum when the money got lost. When it came to light that money got lost, Justice Ayo Irikefe was mandated to look for the money. And it was, should I say magic, or I don't know the right word to use. Anyway, they said nothing was missing. Meanwhile, there was a man they called Olusola Saraki, not the senator, I think his father from Kwara State. He mentioned on TV that the money was paid into a private bank account in Midland Bank, London. The woman who interviewed him was called Vera Ifudu, NTA News. When she conducted the interview, after she conducted the interview and it was aired, Olusola Saraki denied that is not my voice. No, sorry. The tape was declared missing. NTA archive, the tape was declared missing. And Olusola Saraki said, that is not. When it was declared missing, then Vera Ifudu brought a tape recorder she had on herself while she was recording the man. They played it, the man said, this is not my voice, I'm not the one. Anyway, Ayo Rikefe concluded that the money was not missing. The last sang with it all his life. So corruption in the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation is no longer news. That is why age-like decadence and apathy will be the cornerstone of the revolution that will sweep Nigeria into oblivion. Just a question of time. Other countries have gone through similar things, although quantitatively, we surpass any other African country when it comes to corruption, quantitatively. But if you calculate the percentage of national income that is embezzled, many African countries surpass Nigeria. In Liberia, for example, Samuel Doe had cause in the month of April 1980 to execute 14 top-ranking senators and ministers by firing squad. In 1979, Jerry Rawlings did the same thing in Ghana. 3 retired heads of state were put before firing squads in Ghana for similar reasons. So I wish Nigerian corrupt officials, I wish them well. So that is all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Ovie.
Yes, sir. Hey, this is polity at its best. But I think, let me refresh our memory. Under Goodluck Jonathan, they say cluelessness led to the missing of $20 billion. And who is the best person to channel that, to shine light on that was Sanusi. Then under Buhari, on his way out, because Buhari the joke, on his way out, a man called Honorable Kazaure accusing Emefiele of embezzling 900 and something trillion, some ridiculous, ridiculous amount like that. But the point, why I said this is polity at its best, in the book of honor politics, you have to look at it from this angle. Who is Meli Bakere, whatever you call him? He's the former CEO of NNPC. And going back the brilliant analogy that Masak used, that means makes Meli the president of Nigeria. Because whether we like it or not, we run one political system that is anchored on Niger Delta oil resources. So whoever is in charge of that, know where the dead are buried, know all the connection, have all the connection, know it. Now, how is he important? He belongs to the faction of APC, called CPC, the Buhari faction, right? But by the virtue of that office, he ain't gonna know where money they or he ain't gonna have access to money. So by Oshomole being one of the highest member of Tinubu inner Kaba, politically speaking, coming out to shout like that is to shine light, is to put the man on spotlight. Any move we make now, they will watch out, not necessarily the state, but the Tinubu political machine, because as a president, money, as a man running for presidency, money is very important. Now, if you do everything to make sure all the money that is out there that in the Nigerian, anybody that has a skin in the game in the Nigerian system, you either know that person on your side, on your team that is going to support you, or you know he's going to support. There's no way you can allow a billionaire in Nigeria to be neutral. In fact, they are never neutral. Not just a billionaire, even Dr. Damiji that has influence in the Nigerian media space, they are watching it because there's no way he can be neutral. Right? So that's how this game works. So Shomole is only shining lights. Of course, Senate come out when they issue the warrant, Senate come out and they say illegal warrant. Because of that position, a lot of people are connected to Oye, big and small, home and abroad. So so in order for not they don't put down for hot seats, when they watch him move, unless they declare allegiance to Bola Tinubu 2027, now they go free. I'm not to say they go they harass him, but him no, because he too is not a JJC. You can't just be another person and occupy that space. So this is politics at its best. They are just putting every other person that is not on their side, that has a position of influence, on notice. So the man go they watch him, when they go to sleep with two high clothes. He's in Germany. What is he doing in Germany? He went to take care of himself. We all know how this game works. So now, anywhere he go for Germany, whoever I call, whoever I talk to, he go. So, and in fact, I think Obi give us an hint when he make his January speech 2024. I don't know if anybody still remember when he said they are after all my associates. Nobody wants to associate with me again. Even at the airport, people they fear to greet me. So it is the season at the time. So now choosing Oshomole is a noisemaker. You know how to amplify a lot of things. So using him, as far as I'm concerned, is a genius move on the Bola Tinubu side. Because this time around, politics at its best. If you're not in their camp, make your side known. It's better you say you are my enemy than say, okay, I'm neutral. That's what I see out there.
All right. Thank you. Let me just put up the list, the names of ministers of petroleum in Nigeria. So currently we have Bola Tinubu as the substantive minister. Before then, it was Muhammadu Buhari, and then you had Desiani Alison Madeke. You have Lukman. You have Edmond Daukuru. I don't remember him, but he was there for only 1 year. I think he was under Yaradua. Obasanjo was the first president that made himself a minister for petroleum. So you had Dan Etete, that one, and then Don Tibet. But Dan had...
Two of them cannot come back to Nigeria.
Yeah, two of them, they had cases in France. I think he was sentenced in France, Dan. This oil block that had issue, I forgot the name of the oil block. He was fully involved in that. And then, of course, Jubril Aminu was Minister for Petroleum for a long time, 1990 to 93. And then the master of them all, Lukman. Lukman was there forever. I was a reporter when Lukman was Minister for Petroleum. We had Tan David West. And then, of course, Bolaige. I didn't know Bolaige was Minister for Petroleum, but 1979 to 83. Of course, Muhammadu Buhari in the 70s. Philip Asiodu in the 70s. And Shetima Ali Mongunu. So those are not names of people you can say that they were exemplary people, or that they set up a system that has endured. All right. One last thing. This is NDC. There's problem in NDC. Most people have not paid attention to that. Let me play this video and then we...
About this FCT. Do you know that Peter Obi and myself offered Aisha House of Reps? You, the public, you don't know. She turned it down. And she turned it down. House of Representatives that people are fighting for.
Said she's too big for it.
And she's too big.
All right. So these are things you hear after the fact, but they are coming out now. The Nigerian politics is interesting. Usually you hear this 10 years after they've all left office, but they are exposing themselves.
That means we are in real time.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So the NDC having problems. There were issues with what to do with people who were members of the party before the new people came in. what to do with the new people who are looking for positions. And of course, Dickson is now very mad at the people who are coming in, that he gave them everything. Why are they not appreciative? So talking about the new generation, what Solly talks about, and there's a new generation out there that they are not patient enough. They are not ready to bow to elders and keep quiet. They tell you what it is. And if you look at the comment section everywhere on any social media, you get the sense of it's not really about Obi. Sometimes people say it's about P2B. I don't think it's about P2B. It's just about the world we live in today. Go to the Trump's comment section. You see the same thing going on. People don't hold back anymore. If they want to tell you something, they tell you that what they think. And some of these older people don't understand that. They think this is a new world. Who are these people talking to us this way? Even the pastors are not left alone in the conversation. So what's going on? Who has an insight? Dexter, I'll come to you, Tony. I know Tony follows these things more than me, or more than most people. But let me come to you, Tony. What is going on?
First of all, let me say NDC must own up to its mistake.
What was the mistake?
As a new party, it probably did, the management or the leadership, sorry, did not anticipate that they have such an influx into the party. And, the party had problems. The constricted timelines by INEC presented the problem for the new party that is not up to 4 months to build institutions and to be able to meet all the demands required by INEC. So that was a big challenge. So it had to improvise. The fraud that you call amendment to the 1999 Electoral Act, the one of 2026, part of which was to make sure that certain political big figures are caged. So that I'm talking about the clause that has to do with people, defecting to other parties. So there was a clause there that made it almost impossible for you, to easily defect. And of course, we know that even the law, the 1999 Constitution, the way it stood, if you defect, there's supposed to be penalties. If you are elected and you defect from your party, there are certain militating circumstances that can allow you to defect, outside which, if you do that, you have to vacate your seat. That has not been implemented, and the ruling party is complicit in that. Now, so what they did, which appeared to be good, but whose intention was targeted at certain specific individuals or political figures. We saw, boomerang against some of those people. So when NDC came in, those people who failed, having failed, to win, primaries, some of them were promised, who defected, to APC, for instance, and they were promised automatic tickets. And when, it came to nitty-gritty, they lost. Some of them now, defected. And the question is, we have over 21 or maybe 22 parties. So there was space for them to go to any of those parties, YPP, ZPP, Accord, and so on and so forth. But they didn't. A lot of them moved to NDC. And there's the reason why. Because they felt that, maybe if you had the kind of tsunami you have in 2023, if where you had someone who was an Okada driver, just run for election, probably didn't really see that there's a possibility or a chance of him winning. But the OB charisma, made a lot of them win. Some of them didn't even contest. Okay, like Nedi Masweng in Edo State. There was no time he thought he was going to win, but he won. So now some of them were kicked out. I mean, when I say kicked out, they didn't win primaries. And so they flocked to NDC. And in the wisdom of the leadership, since they are desperately looking for, people who have some political influence, that they can use. So you saw people like Omar Gege being accommodated. You saw people like Zamfara, the governorship candidate in Zamfara, Marafa. You have Binani in Adamawa, and so on and so forth. So those of them, but with specific reference to the case in point, the FCT, already the party had decided that there's going to be consensus. They were going to zone the senatorial seat. FCT has one senatorial seat and 2 federal House of Rep constituencies. They had decided that was going to be zoned. And unfortunately, Aisha, that was one office that Aisha was going in for. Aisha has every right to run for any office. But I think that NDC was learning first from what happened to Dr. Mo, in the Amak election. I don't want to go, but anybody who understands what happened there, you will know part of the problem, the challenge that Dr. Mo had, even though he was popular. So maybe in his wisdom, NDC now decided, listen, we're not going to make that kind of mistake. We're going to look for someone who is popular, who is a grassroots person, who has been there, who has worked there, who understands, the politics in that place. And so they went for Amanda Palm. But the point is, my own beef, my own quarrel is, if you knew you are going to zone, you have decided on consensus, why didn't you tell Aisha ab initio? Because she made her intentions known. Why didn't you say, Aisha, can you calm down? This is what we want. And if Aisha decided she would run, then maybe they'll go for primaries. But I think that's where you had the first issue. That having paid or having expressed interest, they treated her the way she was treated. That's actually her problem. The process. Because I'm sure that if they had called her to say, Aisha, calm down. This is don't go this way, go that way, go that way. I know someone even in FTC who posted that Obi spoke to him to say, this office, he wanted to run for House of Rep. And Obi said, listen, calm down, stay, just calm down. So I think that's the issue. But Aisha had moved on. And she has a right to say, I don't want to go to the House of Rep. I don't want it. I don't see a reason why that should be an issue. I don't even think maybe His Excellency Siraki Dickson was responding to a question that was there, but that shouldn't really come up. Because she has a right to say, is Senate, I want to go. If it's not Senate, forget about it. Okay, so she has the right to say that. So, but I don't know, there must have been a reason why His Excellency made that point. But I think that how NDC manages these problems, it's not just in FCT. We find it in quite a number of states. And I have always maintained that that's how we would know how ingenious, that's how we would know what kind of leadership NDC is. Yes, they call them for a dinner or a lunch or whatever, and they talked and they appealed, Obi appealed, and they're trying to iron out all this. I consider that they have a problem, and they didn't expect this kind of monumental inflow that they have, and they have to devise a system which is not perfect. I don't expect it to be perfect. This is the learning curve for them. They have done well, I must say, even though they have made mistakes. And I think all that remains is for them to move on from here and manage all those crises. That will determine, whether this party is going to stay, how they manage, the problems that they have, which is not peculiar only to NDC. APC is worse. I mean, if you look at what's been happening, it's there in ADC, and so on and so forth. So that's what I think. But like Aisha has moved on. She has a right to be angry, but even after that, she has moved on. That's the way I feel. I think that the 2 days ago or so, I heard that there was a meeting between. I read that there was a meeting between, His Excellency P2B and His Excellency Siraki Dickson because there were issues and so on, and they wanted to sort it out. So I think all of them should be fixated right now at winning, surmounting whatever. It's a big challenge. It's a real war that they're facing because the incumbent is not going to let it go easily. So it's important that they come together, more especially since all the ADC is fighting them now, and I'm surprised. APC is fighting them, I'm surprised. I think PDP is also fighting them, and I'm wondering why NDC. There must be a reason. So there's every reason for them to come together, and the mend fences and they move on. That's my understanding of the situation.
All right, thank you, Tony.
It go well. It will be well. We won't continue like this. Nigeria will not continue like this. Why they do my sister like this now? Free my sister,
right.
okay?
It will be well. Nigeria will not continue like this.
But can I comment on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think, first of all, we need to ask ourselves question, why NDC was set up? Political party, I don't talk about for yes. A private entity, paraded themselves as a public institution. No, a privately owned. Why they set up NDC? NDC was set up to project the Ishekiri nation, to mainstream Ishekiri nation, to put them at the national level after seeing what Goodluck went through the hands of PDP and co. They had to have their own platform. Should they get here in 2031, maybe via vice presidency or whatever. But so they have to have their own. That is why NDC is where it is today. Then two, survival. Only two things go make party survive. One, money. The other one, money. So what the leader of the party was saying regarding Aisha is that, come, yes, you get there, they know you. But that position where they aim for, not be by popularity. And many of our senators, they're famous. Those are special seats. So if you don't get money, so what the party is saying, if you don't get money to run the show, the party doesn't have money to do that. Because that is not the reason the party was there in the first place. And they know that go people pull off. Then the APC government, you have to ask yourself why they registered that party after so many other people done the push for registration since 2023. Why they just choose this one and maybe two other one and that name? It's to play a replica game. I guarantee you, most Nigerians go they confused whether to go for NDC or ADC. It's all calculated play. It's a game. So our auntie, I felt her pain, but the reality is that it takes money to survive. You want to run for Senate.
So hold on over here. Are you saying that the woman, Tony said is Pam? Is it Pam, the person that got the ticket?
Yeah.
Are you saying that if the Obi and Kwankwaso group didn't come to the party, that the woman will have been a serious candidate in the election?
Well, all things being equal, she has ambition, my sister has ambition. But the question is that which ambition will attract money pass, even if they don't get the money individually. There's a correlation between candidacy and election, winning election. If you don't feel, they don't see that nobody will invest in you. That's the reality. Forget all these sentiments. That's another problem with their ticket get. The Konkoso and Obi ticket. They don't get money. That's why I see Obi running around the whole world, sourcing for money. They don't have money. This is money business. So you have sentiment and emotion, popularity has little to play. At this point, especially party like that, people they say the party no go survive, no go national. If the party know that they will be and Konkoso for day today, nobody's asking that question. But all of them know what they do. So you can't just say we are not because Konkoso and Obikon and make the party popular. No, the man who founded the party and the people behind it are not local champions. So international stars at the highest level. So it would be ridiculous to say that because Obi come that place or na Konkoso come that place, make the thing get trouble. Yeah, you can make that argument, but the question will not be what choice do they have?
All right, let me hear from somebody else. Thank you, Obi. Maska, what are you're close to Abuja? What's really going
on? I don't follow politics. But,
sorry, I still stand by my game. Sorry, what I said that Konkoso will not be VP too. I still stand by it too. Somebody try to make it. Sorry, Maska, go ahead.
Okay, so my take actually it's not fair on people like Aisha. You come into party, but it's the national. It's a national culture. You come into a party. When did you come into the party? Suddenly you want to be a senatorial candidate, and you are saying that you want just a grant, indicating that okay, so somebody suggested that maybe there should be primaries. Now, assume NDC say okay, Peter Obi and Konkoso should do primaries. How would somebody like Aisha feel? How will she feel if they say Peter Obi should go through primaries? It's the problem we have as a people, and in my mind, I think this issue of not going through the primaries is what has killed the hope for me for a better democracy. All this one now that even NDC, they are not just Aisha. I know that at least in Kano, there was a major issue in the NDC where people like Konkoso are saying that, okay, we'll take 60% and the old members of NDC should take 40%. But you know how politicians are. They are going to be under pressure. Everybody wants to go for this position, go for that position. Even you as a politician, you know that if you turn anybody down, it's likely gonna, even if on paper you will still be supporting you, he may likely do anti-party for you. So they are also scared, But I think for me, the point is we should stop this. And for that, I really am not very happy with Peter Obi because he is going to engender a culture that is not very progressive. We need to develop that culture. Even if it is in politics, you have to do the hard work of building up the party, building up your support, and making sure that at least you have a very solid ground. This idea that, we'll be shopping for just platform, you are not different from all the other people in Nigeria. This rent seeking that I'm talking about, where nobody wants to build anything from the ground up. You just want to have something ready-made. Now, even the idea of primaries, there's no party today, at least as far as the presidential candidacy is concerned, the top 3 or 4, no party has held any credible primaries. That's very bad. It's not nice. I'm not really even happy with all this. I'm really not happy. Well, if you come into a party, my expectation is that the people who set up the party, are they fools? Don't they have plans? Everything like this, it takes connection, it takes money. You just can't get a party registered just like that. So that's my take. Sincerely, I think for me, the read is that we are still heading in the wrong direction. We're still heading in the wrong direction because the rudiments, I think it's Dexter that mentioned it. If you look at even in America, these things, it takes time, it takes some foundational stuff. Then you go to some Congress where at least people would battle it up. And anyway, I rest my case there.
Thank you, Maska. I was about to say that
the bell on me.
I was about to say that I'm going on. I'm going on break. Then the executive producer showed up. But Maska, you touched on something important that Peter Obi not being willing to build. I think there's a bigger pressure on top that I hope we are all aware of, which is that someone like Atiku and P2B, they've figured out that they have this one chance. They are not thinking about next. I'm not saying it's the right thing. I'm saying that.
Rudolph, sorry to butt in, okay, but it's a muted argument you're going to give somebody like me. Does Peter Obi think that he's the only one who can solve the problems of this country?
That's a good point. I'm not even talking about what they would do, whether they would
make it. Even if they give the big cent in this country 8 years,
they won't be
able. The most important thing is to set up a foundation where there is a crop of good people, and there's a good process where election in, election out, you guys have figured out the code. It's your people that will be there. I take it for granted that where I give him excuse is that at the beginning, maybe let's just squeeze ourselves, find a way of squeezing ourselves in. Maybe we can do the correction from inside out. But why that will not work for me, that excuse will not work, because I did not see any effort from 2023 to this point. If you have made the effort,
can I come in?
Hold on. Let him finish.
If they have made the effort from 2023, including Kwankwaso, to this point, and I see signs that, okay, these things are not working, you can now decide that, okay, they are using alternative. But the way it looks to me is that they had all these things figured out, that we're going to wait and see the environment. But at the end of, I'm not a politician, and normally I believe a lot of these things are technical. If you're not a politician, you cannot be telling a politician that he doesn't know what he's doing.
Let me just finish that. Hold on. Let me just finish that. So there is short-term plan, long-term plan, and things like that. I think what influences it's like people who are looking at Soludo, what he's doing in Anambra State, and his take on P2B. It's also the same factor. Soludo is figuring out that if P2B is elected president, that he will not be president. Atiku, the only reason why Atiku is doing what he's doing is that he's thinking, if I say, let me build, like what you're saying, let me invest in the new generation, that he will lose this chance. So I hear you, but this is what we're talking about in terms of long-term plan. And then we look at someone like Showore. So some people can say that Showore, and I hear that argument every time, that Showore is wasting time trying to build organic party, people that think like him, that will come together, that he should go and run for office, maybe from a different party that has structure, so that he will win, even if he's starting from. So these are the debates that we could have in terms of which one is better. And people have said that someone like Atiku, you don't have to be president to influence the country, change the direction of the country. But I hear you. So these are some arguments that we can have on.
I think for me, what Obi is doing is it's a brilliant way that needed to be studied, especially a country like us, that the system is entrenched. They've come to the agreement of turn by turn. What it means that for you to come into power, you have to go through the system that they build or that they actually agree on. And because there's not individual candidacy, what Obi is doing is called what they call color revolution. He's capitalizing on the pocket of angers, especially among the young people across the nation. So you build a coalition, called the Rebel Coalition, along those pocket of angry groups across the nation, and bring them together at the right time. Now, is it going to work? That's not the point. That's not the case I'm making here. I am just pointing out that what Obi is doing is not that he's run out of choice or he has the capacity to build a political party. In the current system now we are practicing, to which Masca make a great argument to support, that is built on oil. That means they are everywhere. There's no how you want to build a political party without first coming in cohort with them to write the rules. Because I made this point here that day, instead of going around shouting for, protesting for electoral reform, You cannot ask the people who have the monopoly of writing their own rules and regulations to change it to your own favor. So you have to find a way around it. So what Obi is doing is called a color revolution. I don't fault him for it. Yes, he might not succeed, but he has brought a lot of conversation to the table, a lot of light to the table. Actually expose the engineering and the mago of the political parties, because we don't give Obi credit enough. Maybe in history, if we want to talk about today, we have to give him credit for bringing, especially the young people, to the dirtiness of what he called a structure of criminality. So that's how I see it on this 2020.
All right, Ovie, thank you. Let's go to the executive producer, Show. Show, welcome. I haven't taken any break. It's been 4 hours.
Oh my God.
So
I'll be brief.
No. I'm thinking about taking a break while you're being brief.
I can guarantee.
I know.
I'm here for long, but good evening. Good evening, Rudolph, and good evening to my fellow panelists, my co-debaters, accurate timekeeper. Good evening to everyone in the chat section as well, and to those watching. I joined just to join the discussion regarding the NDC drama that is, happening. It's expected. There's no way such things won't happen. Like, I think it was Tony that said it. I think they anticipated the influx. There's no way they wouldn't anticipate it with Obi coming. If Obi joined NRC, I don't know if it still exists, the one to far run under, there will be people who would join. So it's one thing to anticipate, it's one thing to have the capacity to facilitate a smooth primaries and the rest of it. So one can expect that things like that would have happened. But what I wanted to say is that what I noticed with Seriake Dickson, with most of our politicians and, elite, is that they are rarely challenged. You can say what you like about the obedience, they are, youthful exuberance, you can say they are coconut head, but they challenge people. Our politicians are not used to that. So you can see the irritation from Seriake Dickson. Go and listen to the few times he's spoken in the last few days. The man is irritated. I'm sure he's thinking, who are these people? This man is a two-term governor. It's fresh. I think he finished his term 2020 or 2021 in Bayelsa. So he's a fresh two-term governor and he's thinking, who are these nobodies challenging me on what I want to do? Now your papa money I take run now. If he's a go run now. The man is thinking, I'm sure they would have meetings where they would discuss Peter Obi and say, why has this guy made these people think they can talk to us? Because obedience talk to Peter Obi anyhow, they will call him out. If he apologizes to somebody, they will drag him. His own people. Why are you calling him your senior brother? Why are you calling him your elder brother? So I'm sure these other elite are thinking, Peter Obi, don't set these precedents. Don't make it the norm. So that's one thing I've sort of picked up from Seriake, is irritated by people challenging him, especially people who are in their world nobodies. Even Aisha Yesufu, like, who are you? You went to hold the flag somewhere and raised a hand and you became popular. Who are you? Who's your dad? Who's your dad's dad? So I think I have noticed that with Seriake Dickson. So, but it's a good thing that Peter Obi went to see him, and it looks like they've trashed it, at least for now. It would happen again. So this won't be the end of it. It would happen again, and things would happen. And NDC appointed 2 guys. If you're on Twitter, if you use Twitter a lot or X, you know these 2 guys. A lot of things they've said about Peter Obi. I think it's Theo Abu and one other guy. There's nothing they've not called Peter Obi in the past because they were never in the same camp. But now they've met in NDC and they've appointed them as some of the media guys that will put out statements on behalf of Peter Obi now. So, that drama is now happening between Obedient and these people online. Like, who appointed you? We don't like you. We don't rate you. So all this infighting will happen. But if the Obedient if they will take my advice, which they might not take, is to focus on getting Peter Obi to Aso Rock, if that's possible at all. Forget the noise. Forget the drama. Forget the distraction. Work on getting your man to Aso Rock if you can. You would have to make compromises. And this will be some of them. Some seat, some ticket, you will have to forego. Nigeria's president is a very powerful president. So if you can get your man in, it can now from there facilitate how you can get in 2031. as part of the deals he would do. So that's what I can say regarding that. I want to talk on. Sorry to take away from this conversation. Okay, actually, still talking politics. ADC quickly. I'm hearing that Atiku is likely going to have Rotimi Amici as his running mate. I've seen clips of Rotimi Amici where someone was asking him at an interview, would you consider being the running mate if you don't win? Oh, he said, if you want to talk to running mates, go and call them. I'm not here for that, but it looks like he'll probably be the running mate. I don't know how that's going to work with Dele Momodu, because Dele Momodu actually put out a tweet a few days ago where he did a poster.
Did he do that himself? I saw that. Was it him that did it?
He posted it. I don't know who did it for him. This is Ovation magazine. I mean, they can create anything. He has the tools and the resources. So they did this flyer of Dele Momodu as the VP. He was basically advertising himself to be running mate. So I don't know how we would take that now that Amici is likely going to be the running mate, because, think about it, Amici is more popular than him in terms of getting numbers. I'm not sure that would be enough anyway, but I think Amici will be the running mate. And also Kenneth Okonkwo, I saw a video of him acting as an usher, in Atiku's house, welcoming Amici, sat in the hallway, lobby, whatever. And I watched a snippet of an interview that Precious did, I think yesterday, I saw it a few minutes ago, where someone who I think is one of Peter Obi's spokespersons, he said is the lead or head of their whatever media team. The man said that the crux of this issue with Kenneth Okonkwo and Peter Obi is that Kenneth Okonkwo, he actually did, when he said it initially, it was like a cryptic message. So Precious now said, oh, you told me this the last time you came. So Precious now spilled the bean, basically saying that Kenneth Okonkwo approached Peter Obi for money to rent a duplex. And Peter Obi said, rent a flat. I can give you money to rent a flat. Approach Peter Obi for money to forget renting
Dr. Catch.
Now. And Peter Obi said, rent a flat. Okay. I can give you money to rent a flat. So Peter Obi must have told him to rent a flat, let's cut costs. Peter Obi now cutting costs is his thing. So Kenneth Okonkwo wasn't happy as a big man. How can he be living in a flat? So I think when he spoke to Atiku about it, Atiku, embraced him, promised him. But apparently Atiku still ended up renting a flat for him. Not even the duplex. But based on the fact that Peter Obi didn't rent him a duplex, that was the major disappointment for him, and that's the beginning of the end. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, because Peter Obi's people will come out and say anything. It's up to you to believe it or not, but that's what the man said was the beginning of because the way Kenneth Okonkwo speaks about Peter Obi now, you would think Peter Obi took something from him, like his wife or something, very personal. There's a lot of venom and anger in the way he talks about Peter Obi. That's that. Then I want to talk about your America, this third world country you people live in, this shithole country you people live in.
Wait. Your visa,
I'm not coming. I have no interest.
But you were going to come last December.
I'm not coming anymore. You can come to the UK. I'll host you. Come with the wife and the big kids. I'll host you. Because some of the things that have gone on with this World Cup, if it happened in Africa, and I'm a big critic of Nigeria, I don't need any introduction, but some of the things you guys have done, some of the pitches, some of the training facilities, the England camp was boggled. The England camp was boggled. Football boots, training kits stolen.
What city are they
Kansas.
in? That's typical America. You are what? It's not normal for America. It's normal.
It's Mexico. Are you sure? That's the Mexico part of America, not.
It was in Kansas. They broke into.
That's the Mexican part of Texas. That's not the real.
If this happened in Abuja. Master, imagine this happened in Abuja, that they boggled the England national team's training camp in Abuja. Or
no, you see, sure, you are preaching to the choir. I'm old enough when Katrina happened.
Yeah, hurricane, yes.
That was when we realized America is a shithole country. Sorry, Mr. Rudolph. Go and check the Katrina videos. Way back
that has happened. We saw some.
Masca, we'll make sure you don't step foot in America.
No, I don't need to step up anywhere anymore. I'm here in Nigeria. I've outgrown your levels, Tony. All of you that think that you are
just jump out.
No, yeah, I'm here.
So some of the things that have happened with the World Cup, the England boys, honestly, it's no joke. I mean, that would destabilize them. if you have your training boots stolen, and sometimes when you get boggled, or most times it's not what they take, it's what they leave with you. The fear of, we could be attacked at any point. And America is where you all carry guns, anyway. So the person who boggles can decide just to shoot up the whole place just because, they're just crazy about things. So that happened in America. People have been quiet about it, except those of us who don't like you and what you're doing. Also, some of the footballers, when they arrived.
Before you continue, that is just one small part of America. There's the good, the bad, everything you want to see.
So it's the bad that we want to highlight for you people, so instead of talking down on us all the time. So the footballers, what they were subjected to when they arrived, those who were unfortunate to touch down in America, who are having their group matches in the US. We saw how the Mexican welcome people, how the Canadians welcome the teams who were playing there. But you saw people like Kevin De Bruyne. I mean, this is the Belgium national team. We're not talking Iran. We're not talking Senegal. We're talking Belgium. Kevin De Bruyne. These guys, not even in the airport. This was on the runway. Literally come out of the plane and they're frisking you down. They're patting you down. And what is this about? And this your security, this your president, this your wheeler dealer guy. See what he did. A Ghanaian player was not allowed into Canada. I don't know if he's been allowed now. His name is Thomas Partey. He used to play for us now. I think he now plays in Spain for Villarreal. He wasn't allowed into Canada because he has a RAPE case allegation. Still allegation. I had somebody say it was a minor. It wasn't a minor. Adult, but he has that allegation going on. He has not been convicted. He wasn't allowed in. Cristiano Ronaldo's case, allegation, happened in Las Vegas. Because a lot of players in Europe, when they are on break, they go to US. They love coming to the US. Especially Ronaldo is a party boy. He went to the US. He was alleged to have, forcefully engaged with a lady over 10 years ago. He's not been to the US since then. Everyone knew that it was because of that case. He might touch down and you people will carry him. Like I tell people, if Tinubu goes to the US,
Canada is British controlled.
I know it's British controlled, and because Thomas Partey's case is in England, so it's linked. I'm just saying Ronaldo never stepped a foot in the US since 2016. Until last November, not mysteriously, he was part of the entourage of the Saudi Crown Prince to visit Trump. If you go to the White House website, there's a full article, like 10 pictures of Ronaldo and Trump in the Oval Office. So they took him in November last year to iron out everything that could cause issue for him. So Ronaldo, because Portugal are playing it.
It should be answered that in a Democrat not allow Ronaldo come in.
Let him finish.
I'm just going to round off quickly. So that deal was done for him, and all of a sudden he can go there. Despite what's happened in the past. So they've straightened that. They've straightened every kink that could have, be an issue for Ronaldo. So I'm just saying this to say, if all these things happen in Africa, they will say, oh, this corrupt African leader, because Saudi Prince went there in November, they've bribed them. But it happened in America, this great bastion of democracy, the great nation, faultless. So I'm just highlighting this
is
issue.
when we start shouting USA.
Of course, when you have nothing else to say, you just stand that rubbish. So you people, when you want to talk to us, yes, you can talk to us on some things, but it's not perfect there as well. All these things, and I hope and pray that they don't take the World Cup back to you people. It's not even your national sport. You're not interested. This is your Knicks and whoever is playing sports. You're more interested. Go and play.
Sure. Did you talk about how much we are selling the tickets? We're making money for FIFA.
Do you understand? I mean, tickets
big money. FIFA will come back.
I hope they don't take it back, honestly, because you guys, you've done a disservice to the World Cup. You're more interested in the halftime show, in the pre-match show, in all these fireworks. Nobody's interested. We just want to play football and go home. So the last thing I'm going to say is that the referee that wasn't allowed to come in, the Somalian referee that they said has links to all these terror groups, Canada said it's okay to come and officiate in Canada if the US doesn't want him, but the guy's back in Somalia now. And UEFA, which is like a brother or cousin to FIFA, have said is going to officiate the UEFA Super Cup. That is the game between the winners of the Champions League and the winners of the Europa League, which is going to be PSG versus Aston Villa, and that's going to be played in Austria. So UEFA said, we'll have him officiate that game, which is a big game, to give him a platform. So just to tell you that, there's life outside the US. I don't care. Your A-star can cancel your A-star. I'm not interested. hold your visa.
So why that referee know they go officiate for Canada? Because before the official kickoff of the World Cup, all the referee normally have like a camp for a few days where they will give them something. So since he missed that part, there's no point in taking part anymore.
So that's why it's gone up, and it's going to officiate that big game before the season starts. And the last thing I just wanted to shout out, if you guys have not seen on the show in a while, Eagles Air, I think he's in India. I hope he's all right. Righteous Man, I don't know what's happening to him. I haven't seen him in a while. You know, nobody's going to update us on the price of things in Lagos.
It's okay.
Yeah, okay.
You don't talk Tinubu campaign team.
In some sense, but I spoke to him, I think, last week.
Okay. Yeah, to tell him I said hello. Ngosika, obviously, Blackstone, I think is in Germany, and there's this gentleman, Ebi. Is it Ebi, or I think it's Ebenezer? Ebi, he lives in Canada. Ebenezer, yeah. So I just, just a few names that came to mind. I've not seen some of them in like 6 months, So I just thought, just to shout out that we do remember them, and I always advocate for people to take breaks, because this is not football, it's not soccer, it's not WWE that we discuss. This would play on your mental health, because there's nothing that evokes your emotion like your religion and your nation. So this is something that would weigh heavily on your mental health. I advocate, as much as we want you to come, take the necessary breaks. Please do, because the election is coming up and you'll be here. It's going to be a marathon. So if you need breaks from this, switch off 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, however long you need, but don't forget to come back. Don't go and find another channel and just disappear. Tony, I was listening last week, and I was listening last. No. So the thing is, I've not been around social media for a while. Not because I'm taking break. I just have life issues that I'm dealing with. But was it last week? And somebody was ratting Tony out, say, I know where Tony goes. I said, leave Uncle Tony alone. So. I just thought I would mention all of those things. But thank you, Rudolph. I wish I could step in and host. But if you're going to be gone for like 10 minutes, just like a toilet break or something, I can.
Yeah, I'm going to take a break now. When we come back, we rant and then call it a day, because tomorrow is still hanging in the balance. We're trying to get a guest. Technical issues. So if you are available, we can do the rant and go, and then we can sort out that thing so that we can have a show tomorrow. If we can't sort it out, there won't be a show tomorrow.
I don't want to say it out loud, because people will be able to figure out all the people I'm talking about. Rudolph and all this octogenarian is inviting. They don't know how to.
We want to hear from everybody. We can't limit it to young people who are in America or
for full disclosure. Most Sunday shows, I'll be on the call with Rudolph 2 hours before the show with the guest. We'll be, press this, click this, type this, press this.
I've spent 3 hours trying to do 2 days ago, trying to figure out how to get the guests to come on.
God.
No
worries. I'll be here if you need me to do that after.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back and do the rant.
All right, good night, everybody. Even me, I'm running off. Good night.
Yeah, Master, thank you so much. We appreciate you. All right, let's take a break. We'll be back. right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying with us today.
I think you're muted.
Oh, muted? No, I'm not.
No, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for joining us and staying with us. We are happy to be here and the rounding up for today. We said at the beginning that there would be a second part of the show because forefathers took a break for the first time in a long time. So, and KJ is having a nice time in Virginia, enjoying himself at Virginia Beach. So we end it after a rant. And if you want to be part of the rant, I'm sharing the link for those who may want to join us to rant. All right.
But doctor, try this BBR waiting is talk about to Nigeria. I say if you call Southeast, Biafra, Igbo people 3 times. So
no, start again. That he said what?
He said
if you mention Biafra 3 times, forefathers would appear. No matter what he's doing.
Well, maybe we should try it.
No, I actually saw the comments he was making at the beginning of the show, forefathers. I think he was having some issues with the state police. I was surprised. I thought that someone who is looking for more police, more security people wouldn't care whether it's state or local government. He was, but when we see him, we hear from him. It's interesting that he was having issues with that. That the idea that we are decentralizing it was what was the problem.
I did have issue with it before, but when they closed my primary school down and all the school for.
Oh yeah, Ovie, that's true. I sent you that story. The school in his hometown, they are closed down.
That's the school where those places.
Oh, the school you went to?
That's my placenta there around those rocks.
Wow.
So
now this issue is coming home to you. It's not a joke.
No, it's been there. It's been there since when they born me should I say we'll be coexisting with the Fulani because also now the last place for Edo State. So after us now, Okene Ibra people. So we use the same land with the Ibra people take the farm. Then the Fulanis were, the good Fulanis, the Nigerian Fulanis were there coexisting. But now that things are becoming out of hand, so they are now approaching.
All right.
The kidnapping those are my schools. Those are now only 3 schools. There are 2 secondary schools there and 3 primary schools. So when they show it to me, I said, so well, maybe during my rant, I actually wanted to rant on my governor's speech because I see where you.
Oh yeah, we played that.
I got accused the show, not just Dr. Dameji. Show because
it's unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
I'll come to that. No, that is spot on.
All right. So let's start the rant. Maybe sure you can start for us.
Okay. Rant. I'll call it more. What's keeping me up at night? I think they're very similar, interchangeable. Well, what's the rant is how do I translate FDI? That FDI is growing, that the foreign reserve has, it's now at its all-time high. What other metrics do they talk about? GDP growth, all these things that President Bola Tinubu supporter talk about and they rave about online. How do I translate that to people in Nigeria that I talk to on a daily basis? And they tell me that the price of gas has gone from 1,200 naira per kg. It's gone up to about 2,000 naira in some places 2,500, some places 1,18. But it was 1,200 naira about 2 weeks ago. How do I tell them about FDI and foreign reserve when they tell me that they've been moved from band whatever to band B and their prices have gone up, their tariff has gone up, and they had better electricity temporarily, but it's gone back to what it was before they banded, put them in all these different bands. So now basically they're paying more for what they used to have. How do I talk to them about these things? How do I talk to them about the price of food? How do I talk to them about the price of water? Because when they keep telling us about FDI and all this nonsense that they'd like to parrot and come to us and say, no central bank, what's this, their bank, World Bank and MFI, what's the other use rubbish one that, all these places that they go and do their Babiala, That's what keeps me awake, because Rudolph, I sent you a screenshot of my chat with the guy who makes my clothes in Nigeria during the week. I was just having a chat with the guy, and the guy just said, hey, bro, I've not put on my generator for 2 days. He said, because when I tell people how much I'm going to charge to make things I made for them a year ago, it's almost double. And they're telling me, is it because I'm in the UK? Is it because I'm in the US? And the guy's like, we've not had electricity for 2 straight weeks somewhere in Ibadan. 2 straight weeks. He said, so I spend about 17K a day to buy petrol. He said, where do I put that? I need to pass it on to the customers. But they think I'm crazy. I'm just charging them because they're in the UK and they patronize me all the time. How do I tell that guy about your FDI? In a country where we rely heavily on petrol and diesel to power anything, to keep your soup fresh in the fridge or freezer, you need petrol because we don't have electricity. For the barber, he needs petrol. For the hairdresser, needs petrol. The welder needs petrol. If we had electricity, stable electricity, you can take your subsidy away and do whatever. This idea of taking subsidy away, I think, is a stupid idea in the first place, because what you're basically saying is, I cannot fight the corruption that is embedded in subsidy. Because if you can take away the corruption, there's nothing wrong in paying the subsidy. It would reduce drastically. So you're basically saying, I cannot fight the corruption. I cannot fight the big boys. Because poor man know they do subsidy scam. It's the billionaires who are involved. So you're saying I cannot fight them. They're my friends. So I would rather let the poor people suffer. So I will take it away, because I can't just say, oh, my friend, take away your hand from the cookie jar. So I would break the cookie jar and nobody has it. That's what you've done. In a country where there's no electricity, 2 straight weeks. This guy said, I will not put on the generator. All the shops around me who don't put on generator will now bring their phones and power banks to charge. How do I tell them no? When I say no, I'm the bad guy. Say, but they're draining the petrol that I buy to sew people's clothes. This guy is a legit hustler. I was here talking to you about the video I took at ShopRite when I went to Nigeria last year. Half of the ShopRite was dead, closed. The freezers were not working. They literally closed half of it. And I posted the video here and we discussed it. And they said, oh, Sho went to Nigeria mystery shopping. He was looking for mystery. Someone even said in the comment that they can bet their life that this ShopRite was undergoing refurbishment. That ShopRite is closed now, gone. That particular one is closed. It doesn't exist anymore. 1 year later after I took that video. But they told me that it was undergoing refurbishment. How do you tell people that worked in that ShopRite that FDI is going up? How do I translate it to them? In layman's language, FDI is going up. Tell me in layman's language, FDI is gone up. Foreign reserve is gone up. People are suffering and you're talking about all these useless indices. Indices that does not reflect in the lives of the people is rubbish. The same way they told us that Buhari was working. Until Buhari's last day, they defended him. Until his last day. The same people that defended Buhari to the last day are now saying that, oh, Tinubu is starting from scratch. All the foundation that you said Buhari was digging, that it become Julius Berger or Costain. What happened to that foundation? I have a personal friend who was telling me that we will be grateful that Buhari lived and ruled Nigeria between 2015 and 2023. He's stuck in Nigeria, he's trying to escape now. I say, God will not, they won't give you visa. You and your family, you'll be there. Because this guy defended Buhari to the last day. Now, they're telling us that Tinubu is doing foundation. The people defending, Mark, remember their names. They will come to you in 2031 or whenever he finishes, if they put him there again. They will come to you in 2031 and give you an excuse why it didn't happen. Because this suffering is not about to stop. But they will find a reason to absolve Tinubu from this problem and blame anybody else. They did it with Buhari. It's recent, it's fresh in my memory. They kept saying, don't worry, Buhari will fix it. He's doing foundation. What foundation? How many story building? If the foundation is deep, how many story building are you building? But they will find a way to keep defending. I mean, one last thing I will say, when they brought that nonsense water cannon salute for the Nigeria Air, I was on this channel. I brought that news hot that day. I said, this thing is fake news. So I said, in fact, I followed David Hundeyi's tweet where he tracked that airline. He tracked the plane, not airline. He tracked the plane. The plane was linked to Ethiopia Airline. It was used to, that particular aircraft shuttles Addis Ababa and one other African country. You can trace these things. And that plane left Addis Ababa and went into the Middle East and disappeared for a few days, where they went to go and give it a facelift and makeup and put Nigerian color on it. And after a few days, it resurfaced in Abuja, and they gave it water cannon salute, which is what is reserved for brand new planes. And they celebrated it. And I told them here, don't believe these people. They've lied to us. They said, oh, you hate good news. You don't like anything positive. Ariki, Abi, whatever that man's name is. Where is he today? Where is he? The same people that defend. I know some of them in this panel, in this chat section. I know some of the names who defended that Nigeria Air. But if you talk to them about it now, they will pivot. They will find another thing to talk about. They will bring Peter Obi's name up, as if I've mentioned Peter Obi since I've been talking. You will think Peter Obi is the cause of their problem. I've not mentioned Peter Obi in this. I'm not joined to him by the hips. If there's a better alternative, I'll follow. That's not an issue. As long as you know Showore, that's just going to be that one. I'm not interested. Bring a better alternative and I'll follow. So be careful with these people. They are not patriotic. They don't like Nigeria. They like individuals. They like their political parties. That is what they like. They do not like Nigeria. Be careful with these people. They are. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, that was a good one. Let me say something. I didn't plan to say anything, but let me play a video, and I will say something briefly. I will be very brief.
Security voting. Whenever I hear some of my colleagues talk about it, I don't know what it means because I never had it in Lagos. Well, maybe you were the governor, but I was the governor. So I speak for what I know. I was the governor. There was no security vote. All our acquisitions were domiciled in the Ministry of Budget and Planning. So you were saying governors received something as security vote. I don't know if Governor Saraki got that kind of, I didn't get it. And I don't know from where they were getting it.
Okay, so I don't know about you guys. I've come to the conclusion after 40-something years. I've been counting. I started writing about Nigeria in 1986. So that's 40 years ago. And I have come to the point where I look at these things. I don't know where to keep my hope, something to hope that it makes this sense in what we're doing. I used to think that people like Fashola, people like Oshibanjo, when I see them around a presidency, that maybe there is hope, that they will tell the truth, they will guide, that they think about the nation, forget about the figureheads. But again and again, I'm beginning to get disappointed. Look at Fashola saying that he doesn't understand what security votes. He never got one. Did the person before him get one, who is now the president of the country? When he looked at the budget, at the money coming to the state government for 8 years, did he see the one that was spent by the past government? Is he collecting retirement benefits, the one that they passed in Lagos State that is outrageous? That if every person in Lagos sees what they give their former governors, and it's not just Lagos, all the states in the country. When I hear people like that, this is the man that said they made him minister for power, minister for works. I don't know how many ministry he got at that time, Buhari gave him. And he said that what is electricity? Is it not just I better pass my neighbor, you connect them? It's not nuclear science. 8 years after, nothing. When I see people like that, people you could look at and say, there is hope, talking that way, acting, you lose hope. If Fashola cannot tell us the truth about what happened, who do we count on? I don't know. I don't know, seriously. All right. Let's go to Tony. That's my rant.
That's my governor that you're challenging, but I hope you have opportunity to bring him here so he can answer that question for you, because that's a puzzle that you posed. I'm sure he will do justice to that question. Anyway, I wish I can give Shu a bottle of water, so he can calm down. I think Shu should be concerned more about the struggle as to who becomes the Awujale. You haven't spoken about that, you know, and leave Nigeria matter. It's a crazy
as long
stuff.
as it's not Kwam1, we're good.
Yeah, he spoke quite a lot of things that I would have said, but you see, my greatest regret is that Nigeria is not in the World Cup. But I'm happy that we have a Balogun playing for my adopted country, and he's doing America good. So somehow, somewhere, that name Balogun, yes, an American, but is a Nigerian name, it's a European name. So it speaks somehow some representation. I'm sure there will be some others there, also playing. Maybe we'll see Saka, maybe we'll see, some other Nigerians all over, playing in it.
There's an Oluwaseyi playing for Canada.
Yes. So, but it's a shame, like I said, it's a shame. It's a shame that, like I said before, if countries that are less than 1 million can qualify, a country that is over 230 million cannot get 11, just 11 players, who can hold their own and beat the world. And even in Africa, we're still struggling with people like South Africa and, Congo and, all those nonsense. It's a shame because we needed that to take away Nigerians from the misery that they're facing today. Because if you begin to delve into issues concerning Nigeria, you just won't die. Because every day is bad news. A country where bandits will put out a notice there in social media that you should send in your account that they pay you money. And they actually pay some people money. And you need to see the comments from Nigerians. Someone asking, how can I join? How do I join the organization? And you can't trace them. You can't trace them with all the technologies that you have in the world today. So when you begin to discuss Nigeria, anybody who thinks that this is normal, a person is lying to himself because this is not normal. Think about those kids who witnessed the beheading of an innocent teacher, or those who have witnessed the beheading of military chiefs. Just think of them, the trauma that they're going to deal with for the rest of their lives, if and when they are set free. It's horrendous. It's unthinkable. You just can't fathom. And yet this is a country. And it happens day in, day out, and all we hear is praises, is the assurances, is promises, and so on and so forth. Promises don't bring anything. So when I look at the country the way it is, my heart bleeds. It really bleeds. For some of us who want to come back home, for some of us who have made their little contribution before we came here, and who still want to make more. When you see things like this, and you see what people tell you here when they talk about Nigeria, how can you be so blessed? And yet, we live in this is a self-inflicted poverty. Oil has become a curse. In fact, there's a book called The Curse of Oil. And Nigeria is an example. So you look at all that and you begin to wonder, when are we going to sit down? 2027 is yet an opportunity for us to really sit down and use our teeth to count our tongue. Is this the direction where we'll proceed? Is this what we want? If we can put down our ethnic cleavages, our religious jingoism, our provincialism, and look more at what is good for the nation, irrespective of where you come from, so that this thing would stop. I think that would have been the beginning of that dream of a great Nigerian that some of us are craving for. That's my rant.
Thank you, Tony. Normally I don't challenge rants, but China and India, you talked about Nigeria's population of Nigeria. Why is it that we are not at the World Cup? China and India, we are not as populous as they are. They are not here. They've not been here.
They have a game that China is cricket. They're good in cricket.
Okay. All
I
right.
mean, sorry,
So
India is good
it's
in.
not about the population. What I'm saying is that the argument shouldn't be that we have 200 million people. Why are we not here? The argument should be that we play this game very well and we're all over the world and we should be here if we organize. All right. Thank you, Tony. Go ahead, Ovia.
Okay, Lameji, let me bring you back to writing, not to give up. You need to understand that to climb to power is designed to bring out the worst behavior in you. It's a constant trade-off between survival and idea. So to scale the ladder, you have to play the game as it is, not as it should be. That's one understanding. That's why you see all those men, they speak the way they are. Now, come to my amiable governor, to which Dr. Damaji should make an attempt to, in a satirical way, to make caricature of the greatest speech of all speeches. Monday Paolo alluded to the fact that now opposition now they sponsor insecurity. Is he lying? I say no. All you need to do is to look back, not to distant history, between 2013 and 2015. Now the same playbook, they weaponize insecurity with all the kidnappings against Goodluck Jonathan. They weaponize the hardship, the economic situation of the country against, and most importantly, they weaponize media, to which Sahara Reporters was at the center of it, as is so safe haven for in diasporas. They are primarily unregulated because now they live in New York. You can't regulate that kind of house for systematic leaks, whistleblowing, and leaked scandals. They give them that. What will be the difference between that and now? Because they refer Goodluck Jonathan as clueless, right? This one, the now Tinubu is a callousness. The difference there is that while they weaponize this insecurity, kidnapping, and skill and all that, today they decided to make it locally. They kidnap and all that. I'm not saying those are not our reality. I am saying that it is here that the United States Congress came out to the rest of the world and say, we sponsor Boko Haram. We sponsor all those insecurities. The same period. So I am not making this up, nor do my governor taken out of context. Right? Today, they are also weaponizing the same economy. Of course, the president carried a reform that I don't think even himself understands. They are weaponizing that. But most importantly, the media this time around, it is no longer the way they make a Sahara reporter so propaganda harm of the weaponization. Now they don't democratize and thanks to social media. So that's why you keep seeing people like VDM, the film between VM and Showore. It just reminds me between the fight between Showore, Sahara reporters, and the rest of the media in Nigeria at that time. When they come out, they accuse them, they see that they give them opportunity when he was running for president. They were fight, there was tension, right? So now power also. So now the state have decided to design another person to take that power away from Sahara reporters. They democratize it via social media. Leaks they come out for everywhere now, not necessarily as it was monopolized by them. So it is the same playbook, but the difference here is that one of the author of that book, as at that time, I am the president now. So they need to work over time to see if they could give up. So it is not a coincidence that at a time that insecurity is becoming a daily occur, the same United States of America who started the whole bombarding and accusing the administration of doing well, at the same time they are praising him of just doing what? Say just to say, okay, I will oversee the creation of state police. So there are more to it than meet the eye. So when my governor speak, not saying that Obi, because he's an opposition, is responsible, or article, or anybody that is opposition. No, it is bigger than in the way we see it. And I'm, as I said, I'm not making this up. This is if you go United States Congress, Congressman Perry, I think that's his name. Verbally stated in English, he speak, we all understand it. But what will we do? Logistically, they are behind them. I mean, we can trace them to the Muslim, the Arab brothers, and I mean, just so many handle to what into Nigeria. As I would like to term it, it is going to be the century. Now only 1 century will take of our own emulation, just like the China experienced it, century emulation. So my governor was on point. It is the opposition. It just depends on how you understand and reach. We all know there's opposition. Policies were carried out. Some people go lose, some people go gain. They lose, just lose and go to bed. They fight back. So it's unfortunate that we're in this situation. But my knows what he's talking about.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Obi. OBE, welcome to the show and welcome to the rants.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. And Oga Obi, hello. Due respect, okpewolo.com.
Yeah, spot on.
Rudolph, it's always difficult for me to do the weekend because weekend is always my time on, and I come in by 2:30. So it's always, I just sneak out now to see that people were not in the studio. I say, okay, I can also do 1 or 2 minutes. The fact is that we should be very intentional in our trying to, deal with the issues of Nigeria. It's very obvious. When I was home, Okpebolo, as it is very intentional. You could see it in his though the outspoken situation had issues based on his eloquency and his issues, as it were, in the public. But be that as it may, if Okpebolo, his insecurity is like something he needs to fight with his blood. You could see it in him that he doesn't give them any mercy at all. It hits you as in straight on. So at the federal level, when you are saying that your opposition is actually the person frustrating you, isn't it an opportunity for you to crash them down? It's an opportunity for you to grant them if they're actually the one that you think they are intentional to destroy your government. You have the powers, you have the military, you have everything, and you're looking at them. So I think it's gone beyond opposition at this point. But at the level of the state, he's dealing with it as much as he can. He pursued them. But the federal situation, I think they are looking away based on interest, based on maybe he's waiting for a second term to do the other thing that is in his mind. But I think we're not patient enough because people are dying. Kids have been held up there. We don't even know. You could imagine you killing somebody in the face of kids. How those people would be? Would they be a normal human being after them? So the issues are too much that it's not about opposition this time again. Anybody give it a narrative, you just make some of us begin to say, well God, what did happen now? Stop. It's that gone beyond that. It's not about opposition now. It's about the country is being destroyed. And you are the person who is in charge. You're supposed to follow suit about these things. And I just look at that day. I say, just like in America now, they'll say somebody just carry 40 children. They don't carry and they run, they go. The way the police go pursue them with leg, with gun, everything, they pursue them as if they die, they pursue. Then you are telling me that, and at the end of the day, you now see the way they are playing politics. The person that is important, he will quickly do his own. The one that are children that are not commoners, you ignore it as in talking and fine-tuning and doing negotiation behind. For what now? Pursue them with your state actors, and get them off the way since they are oppositions. So we've gone beyond that. Rudolph, I think if we miss it this time, this election, some of us will just need to probably just begin fine-tune here to retire. Because you could imagine plus another 8 years of damage to that country, or plus another 16 years of damage. We would then be on the 6th floor. We'll be 60 in our age. We're done already. That means we cut that already. So you're already close to retirement in America. At the end of the day, if we're going to go home to do what? For healthcare or for whatever. So you see a government where they are buying hundreds of millions of cars around to do campaign. They don't have ambulance in every local government. The basic things are not there. Those are the things that make people cry for this government. You say you have made a lot of money based on whatever you have done to impoverish people. Fine. What did you use the money to do? And you are rubbing it in their face daily. The people are saying it. The people are willing. They can't talk. Because if they talk, somebody came here today and was telling me that VDM is Kiniko. That is Kiniko. Suddenly was just talking like a child. What is VDM? VDM is just a single boy. A young man that is speaking his own truth at his own level. And you are coming against him like that. You are telling him the money is spent, the money they don't spend. Come on, guy. That will stop those things, man. The reason for that, the riot of that day was because it is June 12. That was why they came out. Not because VDM came. It was June 12 rally that was called. It was obvious. It was not that they came to welcome in the airport, so there was a spontaneous marching in the street. No, it was planned. Just to speak up to say, man, we don't like this, the way how people are dying, release our children. Just another voice. And you are telling me the way they should not obstruct the road. They were not there during the Babangida must go. They shoot us for New Benin. You don't remember? All the way from Unibe, we marched to New Benin. They carried my brother to Jos. My elder brother was taken to Jos. My father was a military man. They took him to Jos from New Benin there. At the end of the day, he spent. My father told him, "I told you not to leave the house, and you left. You're going to be there for some time so that they will treat you for it." He came back. They brought him back after them. My father did not make any move. He said, "I told anybody stay indoor," because he got information that they're going to be picking guys. But bros, one go see what did happen for that side, and they go see. Unluckily for him, you were among those that were picked. You know, so these guys that are just born in the 80s, they didn't see anything in the 90s. They didn't see anything. You're telling me they shouldn't march in the street. Those were military era, not democratic government. And yet people were speaking out. Today you can't speak. If you just speak, they will look for your phone and they gag you somewhere and they take you in. And we expect this country to move forward. Even America, as organized as we are, there is still this force of rioting and making the point known, and nobody arrests nobody. You know, the police only barricade and prevent injury and collateral damage. That's what they do. You know, so we must be very intentional to make sure that to me, it's not as if Obi is a god or whatever. I want to change. That's all. I want something else to happen. This status quo, I think, is enough. And Ovie, bro, sorry, Kwakwaso, that you are plotting for whatever. You think Kwakwaso is that weak for him to have come down to accept Obi? You knew his position during last time when they approached him. Obi was not tested then. He couldn't make that decision, though he knew it was Southern time to take over power. But because he think he was a more senior boy, was a more bigger boy and all that. But when the results came out, it was obvious that this small boy, when they underrate, if I said the boy, he don't work past me small. That was why he's doing this, and he also has a future plan too. And if it doesn't go like this, he will be like an article at the end of the day. So he is very smart to have taken this move. Either he's been belittled or small boy is going to give him instruction or he's going to lead him. It's not the matter now. It's saving the soul and also his political ambition too. So for you to say he can never be obese, whatever, at this stage, he knows he will be person for the numbers, will be person for the popularity, will be person for every level. But he's in a doctor, fine. Him na clinical, how many years experience he has, whatever, fine. But we must give and take. That is how life is. At this time, somebody is at the narrative, and it's OBI. So for him to say, I want to run with you, they didn't force his hand up. Kwakwaso know what he's doing. Kwakwaso is not a fool. It's not a small boy. So for you to be trying to build a narrative that Kwakwaso will not be, guy, I want to say that no. Let us go with. Let us see a change at least for now. A change. Let me just say, let another person enter that house. Let us see whether it will be the safe outcome, so that we know that we have a peculiar problem. Then we can take it off from there. But for these guys to continue for another 4 years, have you asked yourself why did they keep that tax law? Why are they keeping it? Why are they not implementing it the way they implement national item? Why is he keeping it? Because he knew it's going to bring down the people more. He's saying that you will not pay tax if you earn 1 million, 800,000. How many people earn it? Guy, calm down, no. These guys are too intentional to wound Nigeria, and they are not sympathetic with our situation. They don't know what the people are feeling out there. That is why he's doing all those things. If that tax law was good, implement it immediately, and let us run with it. So why are you keeping it till after elections? I rest my case. Thank you.
All right, thank you, OBE. As we go end the show, let me play this video for people who may not have seen it.
They are seeking for power. Let them stop disturbing our president. Let them allow him to think how to move Nigeria forward. Let them stop kidnapping. Kidnapping cannot give them villa. Kidnapping cannot give them government house. Kidnapping cannot give them House of Assembly. It cannot even give them Senate. Not even House of Rep. They should stop disturbing our president by using kidnappers to disturb us. The children that they have kidnapped, let them release them unconditionally. Let them know they can even kidnap me. Yet there will be no vacancy in Aso Rock. They can even kidnap all of us. Yet there will be no vacancy in Aso Rock. What is happening today is the hand of the oppositions. They had faith. Have they not faith? Is it by kidnapping children?
So this is let them stop disturbing our president. That's the one that bothered me, you know.
Exactly.
Doctor, on that tax, I think we should find a day to talk about it. Because the tax, yes, now there's a point that's a good point that if he implement that now, it will actually, man, it will push the poverty to a different level that the opposition may capitalize on to work against in 2027 they keep on. So I think what I'm more concerned about is that it is a tax that has been designed from outside. I think I don't point that out when Jimmy Diamond and the rest was here giving them the order, our elected official. So let's say they vote them out, right? You know, I know you're in implement them, right? What is the probability that the next person will go come, go implement them? I think that's what I'm more worried about. It's not about who implemented it. It's an order that has been passed on. It has to be. The empire is in war. They need money. These are the things where happened the first 2-3 weeks of Bola Tinubu administration when those men were in time implementing things. So it is beyond yes, Bola Tinubu is trying to be strategizing about it, but it's beyond him. Because
it's just like
for us.
It's just like Jonathan constitution that he did a constitutional conference, and after he left, was it implemented? So, you were coming. If you come in and you understand the situation, you make your decision as a leader. That's what a good leader does. This is that this guy brought. Set up a committee. Guys, look at it. How does it even matter to this situation? Oh, it's not good. You dump it. Then you move ahead. That's how you run. Okay, when they were trying to remove subsidy and all that, all you need to do is to set up a brainstorming committee of experts. That's okay, this is. Let me understand what it is. Just check out where the fraud is, why this money is not coming in, who is leaking the oil, and where the money is being siphoned and all that. Give me a report under 1 or 2 months, or maybe 4 weeks. They give you a report before you now come out with a decision. That is how a leader leads, not just whole phone they talk. Right, okay?
No, but you never see the other side, my point. The tax has to be implemented. And if they implement that, no good for... Exactly, that's the point I made. Say, this one, na power. There's another power beyond our presidency.
Oh.
No, this one,
oh, okay. It's been signed to law, but not implemented, right?
No, the point I'm trying to make, the tax is not good for Nigerians, regardless of who implement or they implement. It's not designed to help us in any way, but it has to be implemented.
Why?
That's why I say we should
because me and you, we are paying VAT right now. We are paying income tax. We are paying everything that we are paying. It's going on. So
Nigeria they pay. They won't increase them. It's going to be
implementing thing. That won't be the cocoa. I got you. Okay. Rudolph, thank you, Jared. Let me retire back to my farm.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. All right.
Wonderful day. I really appreciate everybody who joined us. Those at home, those on the comment section, and those that supported us on through our super chat. I want to thank Oriako Tope. Thank you so much for your support. Kulata, thank you. Dr. Alexander Gomez, thank you. Kulata, thank you. Guy, thank you so much. And Everybody that watched at home, we appreciate all of you. Tomorrow, we are going to have 90 Minutes Africa. I'm not sure about the guest at this point. We have technical problems trying to connect, but we will work on it until tomorrow. If we don't succeed, we will have a conversation, just a regular conversation around that. Again, thank you, everybody over here. Thank you for being here. I want to appreciate everybody who joined us in the studio. It's been a wonderful day. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and we see you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.